But we're going to be checking out more of the Kakarot's Gundam development history, or I guess Kakarot197. I saw a whole bunch of this last Wednesday, and we're going to do it again. And we're probably going to do it again. And then one more time after that again. You see where we're going with this. Basically, all the Gundam. If it sounds like I'm excited, yeah. This was a reward from the subathon from Duck for one of his major goals we reached, and we're going to jump right in and see where this goes. We're starting off today with me butchering the name, Squirrel development, and jumping into the Gundam tier. Oh no, we've done the Hazel, but we still have the Guiaz, the Freedom and Justice, which I thought we got to, we didn't yet, as well as Gun Cannon, GM Cannon, Dual Gundam, and hopefully the Haku Shiki, which I'm pretty sure I actually recognize from Zeta, because oddly enough, while I haven't seen the original Gundam, I have seen both Zeta and Double Z, or Double Zeta. Huh. I wonder why I started with those anyways. Yeah, whatever. Let's jump into it. Just gonna leave a... Okay, good. Leave a like already.
During the early days of the One-Year War, Zeon's mobile suits showed how absolutely dominating they were on the battlefield.
Is it bad that I look at this old style and all I can think is, I know this is an old show, but it still kind of holds up animation-wise. Like, not all parts of it, but this stuff kind of does.
But as the war dragged on, Zeon felt that a new weapon was needed to support their mobile suits. These new weapons would need to be mobile fire support units with an emphasis on heavy firepower and heavy armor.
Oh, I've even seen where they've redone this exact sequence right here, where it's like everyone looking out the bridge, someone comes up and shoots right into it. I've seen that animation multiple times in multiple series they've done. Actually, I'm kind of thinking of this style or this type of animation as something they put in most Gundams that involve spaceships. I'm pretty sure both Seed and Double Zero did that as well. Specifically this part right here, where it goes right up, looks at it, and shoots right in and blows out the bridge.
These machines were dubbed mobile armors. In the rush to create these, many concepts were thrown around, resulting in some successful designs, but also less successful designs.
So this is not a joke Gundam. See, here's the thing. I was looking at this going, oh, this is probably like some kind of Chinese knockoff build, or like in-universe knockoff. I didn't realize there was going to be an official one. Oh, God. Also, according to Wave, 0079 and compilation movies do hold up. Oh, this is from one of the compilation movies. Oh. I mean, I've seen 0079. That's just stylistic as hell, man. And Steven, have I seen Iron Blooded Orphans? Yeah, the first half. Don't know why I stopped. I liked it. It was good. Very dark, though. But it's good. Music was amazing.
One of the earliest mobile armor designs was the Zokrello. Even though it only saw combat after the more famous Bigro and Grublo.
That's what this reminds me of. This looks like someone tried to make a Digimon, except this is pre-Digimon, so that it wouldn't be the case. But it has the design as... I wonder if the designer from this part and for this specific mobile armor then went out and added up or ended up working on Digimon for some reason, because it looks like their design aesthetic.
Work had actually already begun on it before them. However, due to numerous problems with the design and issues at the manufacturer, the rollout of the Zokrello would be severely delayed. And originally, the machine wasn't even given a model number due to the Zeon High Command having serious doubts about its performance and usability in real combat.
I'm assuming it's because they didn't give it legs, and they're very wedded to the idea of mobile, anything has to have legs. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Looks more like an underwater thing, though. Unless it is actually an underwater thing. That'd make more sense with the claws at that point. Also, Steven, IBO is your favorite alternate timeline, and it's something you're writing a fanfic for, a sequel fic even. Ooh, nice. Hand-commissioned art. Nice. Sounds pretty awesome.
Perhaps partially inspired due to its problematic design.
Also, I'm being told some of the animations, from according to Strike Wyvern, were from the games, not the movies. Oh. I know nothing about the games because I have not played almost any of them. I'm thinking I might have, but I just don't remember much.
Construction phase, but in recent years the machine has become known under the model number MA04X.
How did they get Zokrello from Mox? Maux? It's the mouse. That's what it's supposed to be. Oh, also, damn, Raw. I'll pull up your comment. One, thank you very much, too. Since you will not get to my requested subathon videos anytime soon, actually I might. I'm going to be streaming constantly after I get back. I'm going to add to the fire Rogue Trader Comics. Ooh, Beast Alchemist VA playlist. Put in a suggestion box. Don't worry, it's less than 8 minutes together. Sure, I'll add this one in, okay? 1 second. I'll just pull up the notes section, though. I got a notepad. These are ones I still want to do, just haven't done yet. It's short enough that I can probably just drop it in regardless.
How good its actual performance was, though, is up for debate.
Duck.
What we can say for...
Okay, actually, with its mouth closed, I kind of like the look of it better. Who'd have thought more detailed drawings would look better? It looks a lot more streamlined here. Yeah, if this is an underwater unit, I kind of see the point of it now. Although, it does kind of look like the hands would get in the way of the missile pods. Meh, that's just weird. According to Duck, though, some of the games were JP exclusive. And the model numbers do not coincide with the names. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I'm used to the Battletech thing where they try and make the name and model number sound similar, if even in kind of an ass pull on it.
Certain is that the Zuccarello had very good weapons. Its main weapon was a scattering megaparticle cannon located in the quote-unquote mouth of the mobile armor, and while it did only have a short range, it could take out multiple targets at once and also had the power to take out a Salamis cruiser with one shot.
Okay, never mind, this was in space. I thought maybe this was underwater and there's like a lot of debris, but no, this is space because we see this. I think we saw this image before, but it was more zoomed in. I can't tell if I love this mech or not. It looks like it's... I know I like it. It looks like the Gurren Lagann head design. Probably completely coincidental, but I kind of like it for that reason alone.
Additionally, thanks to its good power condenser, it could also be fired in rapid succession. It's even said that this technology was further developed and later used in the Squirrel. Its other weapons then are two Natas instead of normal hands, and a 4-tube missile launcher underneath each of the arms. Other weapons are also known to have been tested out on the Zuccarello.
Wait, these weren't missile launchers below it? Why would they need intakes then for space rockets? Huh. Also, according to Bill, why use a scattergun when you can be the scattergun? Oh, God.
At the California base, but these are the only ones that we actually know about. Another certainty was that the Zuccarello...
Oh. Yeah. The first Gundam series is kind of rough. Although, I guess for like the time period this came out at, that's not horrible.
Severely lacked agility, making it very difficult to dodge enemy attacks.
Mouth gun.
A fatal flaw that would eventually become its downfall.
Oh my God, he nicked the paint job with the giant space katanas. You know, I'm trying to make it sound stupid. I'm kind of coming around to it, just saying it out loud like that. It's so stupid, I kind of like it. Yeah. And that's how you get friendshipped. With explosions. That was a direct hit to its engine. The computer was able to easily predict his moves. What the heck was he trying to do?
Uncertain part.
Oh, wow. The shade they're throwing at this thing.
Then is how fast the machine really was.
What?
Initial testing showed that even though the thrusters of the Zuccarello were pretty big, they were underpowered for what they were.
Oh.
So not only did the machine lack mobility, but it was also slow. This would explain why the Zuccarello was deemed unfit for combat and then later shipped off to be decommissioned.
Oh shit, they actually... Why'd they build them if it was deemed unfit? Because they probably were just rushing to get things out because war.
Contrary to this though, other sources have stated that the machine was actually a very effective high-speed hit-and-run machine.
Was it?
And even the anime seems to show that the Zuccarello was at least on par with the RX-78-2 equipped with the B parts, which was the...
That looks so weird. I know there was supposed to be like the entire modular thing for the first Gundam, but that just looks so weird to me.
High-speed version of the RX-78-2. Another uncertain thing are those two red domes on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Most sources don't mention these, but an odd source has claimed that these are spray missile launchers. However, this is most likely based purely on their visual similarities to the...
Admittedly, I thought they were the rocket tubes at first. Like maybe just small little ones to just saturate an area, but yeah.
Spray missile launchers off the gun cannon. Finally, then, one of the more striking design choices of the Zaccarello was that it didn't use a mono-eye like almost all other Xeon machines, but instead opted for compound eyes, giving it a very
insectoid
unique appearance. While it's unknown how many of these machines were
pictured, fever dream of the Zaccarello's designer. Oh my god. Is this something they just made in universe, or is this like actually just a fan-made product? It's like, it's so dumb, but it's kind of funny because it's so dumb.
Were eventually produced.
Oh, God.
There is the one initial prototype, several sightings of additional units later on, and even a few variations both during and after the 1-year war. During the war, the Flanagan Institute would begin work on 2 new type variants, the first one being the Man-00X2 Brawrello.
They made more? Oh god, they made more. And this one just has, are there supposed to be beam cannons above and below it? And did they put thrusters on the arms? I can't tell if those are thrusters or missiles.
As its name indicates, this machine was a combination of the Zaccarello and the Brawbro, and was intended as a mass production machine for new types. That being said, the end result was essentially just a Zaccarello with a Psychomu system, and then weapons that used said system. The claws were now wire-guided in a very similar way to those of the Zeong, and on the rear of the machine were 2 wire-guided megaparticle guns.
So they got wire-guided guns and wire-guided claws. So those were actually rockets on it. I don't know. It seems like the guns might be useful because range and just getting some crazy angles, but the knives feel weird considering if this is supposed to be a hit and run thing but isn't very fast. Yeah, I see what it's not maybe the best one. The Gundams that have this kind of bullshit going on are just really freaking fast, man. And usually durable as heck. This doesn't seem to have either of those.
Designed after those on the Brawbro.
Because Xeon loves prototypes?
Kept the scattering megaparticle cannon and the 4-tube missile launchers. Once completed, the Brawrello was sent to Abawa Q
there's a 3D version.
A training machine for new type pilots. And similar...
Actually, that probably works considering a lot of the things in here are later brought in bigger, better systems. As a training machine, I don't think this is a bad idea. It gives you a touch of it, and no one cares if this thing gets fucked up. Yeah. It's one of the rare times where the pilot actually might be more valuable.
To the Brawbro,
also, Necro in the chat mentioned sounds like something Man Corporation made up from TF2. Yeah, I kind of see it. Oh, God.
Brawrello had a 2-seater cockpit
ridiculous.
that also allowed non-new type pilots to operate the machine. Supposedly, this machine also fought during the Battle of Abawa Q, but there are no records left to confirm this.
This is something I don't get. How come this style of hyper dark shading fell out of the standard? Is it because people just learned bright colors attract? Never mind, I answered my own question. This hyper dark, overly dramatic style fell out because bright colors get people's attention because, I guess, 5-second squirrel brain does it. I'm not any better, but seriously, yeah, it kind of makes sense in hindsight.
Confirm this. The other Zaccarello variant designed by the Flanagan Institute then was the Man-00X Bartizart. Although
I kinda like it, but that feels weird. Now maybe if like on this one I can't tell if it has double the guns on the end, but this one I kinda like the look of.
This machine never made it past the blueprint stage. It was to be a completely overhauled new type version of the Zaccarello. Since many new type pilots were still young, the Bartizart was designed as another 2-seater machine. This way, a professional pilot could focus on flying, while the young new type could focus on the weapons.
So basically the tank setup of you don't put all the jobs on one person. Okay, kind of like it, and hopefully it's actually fast enough.
For this purpose, the compound eyes were changed to 2 mono eyes,
the AOZR style duck?
In terms of weapons, the 4-tube missile launchers were omitted, the heat natas were replaced with close combat wired bits, and the scattering megaparticle cannon was replaced with 2 bits for an all-range attack that also had a mono eye each.
Oh.
It also had improved thrusters for better speed and mobility, and was even going to be outfitted with an eye field generator.
Oh.
All of these changes probably turned the Bartizard into a pretty expensive mobile armor.
And that's probably why it didn't get made. Even if it's really cool, an expensive mobile armor is probably not what they're looking for, because at the end of the war, they probably don't have the budget or the time. When, you know, a couple more General Gelgus are going to do more than just one guy who's expensive.
That, at the end of the day, fulfilled a role that was very similar to the Brawrello, which is probably what caused it to be shelved in the end. A Zaccarello variant then that was used after the 1-year war.
Oh, after? Is this like someone... This has to be like either a bunch of bits all chained together, or someone was underwater with this thing.
Was the MA-04X3 Umgarna. It kept the Zaccarello's main weapon, but the fuselage was completely redesigned and even incorporated a fuselage transformation.
It opens up.
A high which cruising mind and main weapon, but the fuselage was completely redesigned and even.
That is unironically really cool, because you see where everything opens up to show the other bits and how the arms stow away to be out of the way as well. I'm assuming these also just kind of compress, so it's just one long snake style. That's actually really cool.
Even incorporated a transformation to a high-speed cruising mode.
Yeah!
It could also be equipped with a tail-like missile container, which gave the mobile armor a very snake-like appearance. Finally, then, one mobile armor that definitely had some Zaccarello design influences was the Gazzarello.
Damn.
This was supposedly a...
I don't know why, but I'm looking at this and all I can think is Digimon again. It's just the style of it looks like something out of Digimon. It's probably that little eye piece right here with the giant horn. I know giant horns are a thing in a lot of Gundam, but just for some reason the design aesthetic really feels like something out of a Digimon Mega Evolution. Or Digivolution. It's where I'm going with this entire look.
Competing design with the Cubile to become Axis' next generation elite unit.
Oh.
And I would say it's a good thing that Haman didn't go with this goblin shark design.
I see it now.
And that is all for the development.
Am I the one who actually kind of liked it? Maybe then.
History of a mobile armor that is often considered one of the ugliest designs of all of Gundam. And while I'm not going to defend the original design, I will defend this particular redesign that's on screen right now. The top...
Nope, don't need to say a word. I get it. The extra eyes, the bigger jaw going further back, having it extended further, the shoulders which are closer in but segmented to go out. More detail here. The giant ass thrusters and an actual missile right underneath the jaw as well, on top of the cannon. Unironically, this just looks like what a ball should have been. Really fast so we can get the F out of there.
Kia redesign managed to turn it into the menacing machine that it was meant to be. Also, the redesign from Gundam Historica, which is sometimes referred to as the Zaccarello Kai, is also a really sweet machine. And I also really like the touch that they turned...
The secret weapon during the later days of the war, Zeon forces completed many new MS, but almost all of them were incomplete prototypes. Yeah. They gave this version arms over here.
Those weird-ass eyes and that weird mouth into nose cone art. So, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content in the future. As always, a big...
And next up we have the Hazel, so we've already done that one. We can move on. This is now Guiaz and Dreadnought Gundam. I don't think I know anything about the Dreadnought Gundam. The Guiaz, I'm pretty sure I know, but I don't know the Dreadnought. Or maybe it's one of those I just never knew the name of it. It's entirely possible, because it's me.
January 25th, Cosmic Era 71. Zaft Commandos.
God, I remember these stupid helmets that look like they're all wearing horns when seen from the back, but like really stunted horns. It feels like the reverse side of a Triceratops every time I looked at it. It's like, oh, dino head. That's where my mind went. It's dumb, I'm aware, but I can't unsee it.
Succeeded in stealing 4 of the 5 top secret G weapons.
Also, I'm being told Dreadnought, according to Golden Foxy, was from the Stray manga. That's probably why I don't know it. I just don't know much about Stray at all.
That were being developed by the Earth Alliance at Heliopolis. After their capture, Zaft would waste no time analyzing them, extracting their technology, and applying it to their own next-generation mobile suits. The first big advancement that they implemented was the miniaturized beam technology, first tested out on the Saigu Deep Arms and the Baku. This would then be carried over to the Guays, sometimes also called
Guiaz? Oh, Guays. Oh, that would be why I can never figure out how to spell that, because I had no idea that's how it was done. But yeah, I know this one.
The Gates, the first Zaft machine to be fully and completely capable of using beam technology. However, this was not without its drawbacks either. The aging Jin had begun to struggle more and more on the battlefield and was in need of a replacement. While on Earth, this would go relatively smoothly with a variety of units like the aforementioned Baku and the Din, in space this was a completely different story, with only limited production units like the Saigu and the...
This is not to say the Seigu, or Kagu, was a space-only unit, just that in space there was little else.
Jin high maneuver types. Under normal circumstances, the Guace would have been introduced at the same time as the Lego, and would have also entered mass production at that time. But during its development, it was decided to rework the unit to incorporate the data of the 4 captured G weapons. Had Zaft stuck with their original plan, the Guace would have rolled out much sooner and would have had a much bigger presence during the final stages of the war.
That being said, Zaft still managed to make a substantial amount of them. Yeah, it's like it was enough for animation speed. Purpose? Let's go with purpose.
At the same time, though,
20 meters. How tall is Godzilla anyways? Sorry, I'm trying to measure giant mechs in Godzilla standards, but then I realized Godzilla is also not standardized, so I can't really say that. I'll square it raw. Gundam speed. So much potential that turned into a disappointment. Oddly enough, it makes great crossover fodder, especially with Gundam Wing, Battlestar Galactica, and Star Trek. Wait, seriously? I'm usually a connoisseur of crossovers in general, and I have never heard of any of those. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever looked for a crossover from Seed. That might actually be fun, kind of fun. Yeah, might have to check that out. Although I will say, the first series of Seed holds up. I've heard Astray is great. Don't get me wrong, there's issues with the first series, but it holds up. I haven't seen Astray, but I've heard it's great. And then there's Destiny. The best parts about Destiny were not the main characters, let's put it that way. Some of the side characters I thought were really fun and just got no time because they're not the main characters.
This version of the Guace would have missed many of its notable features, such as the head-mounted 76mm CIWS guns and the many beam weapons that it could now use. Mounted on the waist were 2 EEQ-7R extensional arresters, a type of...
Arresters? Before launching his beam spikes. Oh! So probably more like just laser anchors that stab people. My favorite. Also, according to Kakarot197, Showa Godzilla is 50 meters, later Godzilla are 100 meters. So they were either from a little less than half a Godzilla to a fifth of a Godzilla each. Honestly, kind of cool.
Rocket anchor with a beam emitter that could either shoot beams or generate a beam spike. In practice, though, it would almost exclusively be used as a beam spike due to its short range as a beam gun. That is, if the pilot chose to use them at all. The weapon would prove to be unpopular and also quite difficult to use by anyone but the most experienced pilots. For handheld weaponry then, it would most commonly be equipped with the purpose-built MA-M21G beam rifle developed by Maya's Military Industries, who also worked on the shield, the MA-MV-03 composite shield, which featured 2 beam claws. All of this ensured that the Guace would go on to become one of the strongest mass production units of the First Bloody Valentine War, rivaled only by Orb's M1 Astray. and thanks to this excellent performance, it would be turned into the Guay's experimental firearms type.
Oh.
As its name
Oh. I don't know how to feel about this. It's like it's really blocky, but it looks I'm going to say something very dumb. It's probably the coloration right here, but this looks like someone was like, I want to play the Slifer, the Super Executive or whatever it's called, and then make a Gundam of him. It's literally just the golden color with the frill and then the wings behind it that makes me think Slifer the Sky Dragon. And also because I've been on a massive Yu-Gi-Oh kick. And otherwise, it doesn't look like that. And it probably is close to the Magnamon from Digimon, but it's literally just the gold armor. Actually, no, now that I think about it, it's literally the Magnamon armor. It's like that's a generic armor style or something. Unless Magnamon was actually a reference to this. I think Seed came out after the second series of Digimon. Might have actually been a reference at this point. Oh, shit.
Indicated, this machine would mostly serve as a testbed for many of the weapons that would later be used by the Freedom and Justice Gundams.
Oh.
It had the MAM-20.
Because Zaft is the one who made these, yeah. I keep forgetting that part. Which is weird because the reveal of them was one of my favorite episodes out of Seed. Because giant-ass Gundam with all the lasers is one of my favorite types of Gundam ever. All of them like that, I just kind of love. This is fine. It's cool. Ooh, Luna1, thank you very much. I'll pull up your comment. And that crashed. If you haven't seen it already, I recommend The Mouse Utopia Experience Down the Rabbit Hole. Oh, no. I don't think I'm going to like that. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Lupu's
also being told that I'm going to wave. That's just the Justice's backpack. Oh, shit. Yeah, nope. I see it. Yeah. That, and probably the Freedom's gun, now I think about it.
Beam rifle, a development of the Guay's own beam rifle, and would be carried over to the Freedom and Justice Gundams as is, with the only difference between the two being their color scheme. Another weapon that was carried over as is was the Beam Saber, the MAM-01 Lacerta,
the dual blade looks cool, but it's so
Zaft's
stupid.
first handheld Beam Saber.
Ooh, King. Having participated in talks with Battletech fans, here's what they think of the original Gundam. It's a 65-ton heavy, a full naval PPC for a main gun, and runs at the speed of a Locust. To be fair, a heavy moving at Locust speeds right there, I don't care who you are, that's scary, man. The PPC is like, wait, no, naval PPC for the main gun. That's different. PPC on a mech. Okay, just don't get too close when you fire it. PPC naval. Fuck that area in particular. Yeah, King, that is a terrifying way to describe a battle or a mech according to Battletech rules. And I would love to get a way to play that.
On its hips then, it carried a prototype version of the Freedom's MMI M15 Xifios rail cannons, which were a development of the Shiva railgun, which was used on the dual Gundam's Assault Shroud. Even though the model numbers were the same for the Guay's and the Freedom's railguns, its exterior was refined before being adapted by the Freedom.
Oh yeah, you could definitely see the similarities here. They got the bigger pads, but they're definitely present here. But the head is what really makes it different. They also gave it a more square foot, while this has a more pointy foot. Not bad. And also, their guns are directly over the feet. No, actually, they're on the side. Just kind of looks like that in the art. Huh. It's still a stupid system to have them fold up like this, but I still love it because it's dumb and it just looks cool. Also, Steve, 1, thank you very much. 2, gonna pull up your comment. Either Japan needs to stop buying seed shite, or owners need to ignore them and listen to what foreign Gundam fans wanted instead. I mean, I bought seed stuff, so I'm probably part of the problem then. Again, I just really like the design of the Freedom. Again, it's all the guns. It's literally all the guns. It's the same reason I like heavy arms out of Gundam Wing. If it's like, okay, I can shoot everything. Is it enough, Daka? Yeah. I have a type when it comes to mobile suits in general.
Most notably, the Guay's rail cannons would fold in 2, whereas the Freedom's rail cannons would fold in 3. The same went for the prototype Fatum 006.
Oh, they came off as well. I didn't know either of them came off. Did I just miss that from the show? Oh. Also, according to Duck, the Dreadnought did get animated. It was in the mobile Gundam SD Generations Eternal. That's why I don't know anything about it then.
Subflight unit that it was equipped with instead of its normal backpack. Although this piece of equipment would be even more heavily overhauled before being installed on the Justice. Other than a more streamlined appearance, it also...
Oh, it looks like you're supposed to stand on here, which is weird considering it's a backpack. Was it supposed to be a flying platform, but not a backpack, but it was a backpack? Yeah, you can kind of see the little foot layout right here as well. I wonder if that's the design aesthetic that they put in and just never took out in the drawing phase of the actual model.
Also received a pair of M9 Caribou's turrets, and its lack of thrust would be fixed by increasing the amount of thrusters from 3 to 6.
Ooh.
However, it wasn't just the weapons that this machine was testing out. It would also be the first Zaft machine equipped with the phase shift armor, the Alliance's special armor system that rendered the machine impervious to conventional weapons. Or at least, as long as the machine had enough juice left to power this very energy-hungry system. And unlike Zaft's later nuclear-powered machines, this unit was still using a normal battery to power...
Oh yeah, you can see it in the art. Right there, it has a battery cord, or a power cord. Yeah, I mean, if you have the source for it, it kind of makes sense.
Everything.
It's more mobile weapons.
This meant that if the phase shift armor was running concurrently with its weapon systems, the machine had an operating time of merely 5 minutes. 10 after a secondary battery was installed into the subflight system. Most likely because of this, officially, none of these experimental Guizas would ever be used in combat. But at least one unit is known to have been used during the Battle of Yakindue. And to overcome the extremely...
Was this literally like a single scene it was appearing for? Or like just a handful of individual frames? Because I'm pulling a massive blank on seeing this one.
Limited operating time of the machine, it was hooked up to an external generator. Zaft's later machines, though, would find less scrupulous ways of using their weapons together with the phase shift armor.
Nukes.
To prevent the Earth Alliance from launching another nuclear attack on the plants, they had developed the N-Jammer, short for Neutron Jammer, and these devices did exactly what you'd expect them to do. They prevented any and all nuclear fission from happening. Of course,
I mean, it sounds cool, but when you actually think about it, this is probably one of the dumbest technologies you can have out there. It's like turning off a fundamental scientific force. It is dumb, but also space opera, so I'm just going to roll with it. I mean, out of all the dumb things, it's just one of many. It's fine.
Of course, this was a double-edged sword, because now the plants too could not use nuclear fission. So research immediately began on ways to counteract these N-Jammers. This would result in the very creatively named N-Jammer Canceller, which would go on to become one of the defining features of Zaft's top-of-the-line Gundams. The first unit equipped with this new technology was the purpose-built Dreadnought Gundam.
Oh!
In order to...
So this is the one they were talking about. And yeah, I know I'm going to piss people off by saying this, but because of the design right at the chest, it kind of looks like a version of Wing Zero. Sure, not even Wing Zero. The very first one, I'm not even sure that was a Zero unit at that point. Like the Wing Gundam itself, not even Zero. It's literally the circular printout or cutout here with the green dot in the middle. That is definitely the part that makes me think Zero. Wing, not Zero. That's a separate mech.
Save as much time as possible during its development and construction, it was made almost entirely out of parts either taken directly from the Guiz or parts that were upgraded from the Guiz. The only completely new part was its very un-Zaft-like head, which also housed the N-Jammer Canceller.
Right in the head, really. Because they had the pilot taking up most of the chest, and right below that would be both all the connection points, I think the generator. It actually looks like the generator might be behind it.
Because of this, the machine had to be temporarily battery powered when its head was stolen after an attack by mercenary group Serpent Tail.
Seriously?
Officially, it was given the name Dreadnought after the archaic meaning of the word, a fearless person or a dreadnought, as in a...
Because of the shape dragoons, Lo Gule nicknamed the X-Astray. Oh, this is from the Astray manga. Ah, so this is probably the upgrade mech he got.
A fearless person or a brave person who would defend the colonies. However, unofficially, it was apparently joked that the dreadnought was named thus because it would really require a fearless person, be it a dreadnought or an idiot, to pilot this machine with a nuclear reactor right below his feet.
Yeah.
Regardless of the name though, the machine achieved what it was designed to do. Thanks to the N-jammer cancellers, the machine had enough power to almost indefinitely power its phase shift armor as well as its weapons, which included the first iteration of the Dragoon system that would also be used on the Providence Gundam and various other machines during the Second Bloody Valentine.
Also, I'm being told Lo Gule, I'm probably butchering his name, is the Seed Astray main character, piloting the Astray Red frame. But the Dreadnought is not connected to the Astray frames. I'm assuming more connected in the sense that it's the same pilot, which does seem to be the case here.
War. Unlike later Dragoon systems, though, the pods of the Dreadnought used wires, which were somewhat reminiscent of the Alliance's gun barrel system. But whereas those were used to control the gun barrels, the wires of the Dragoons here were used to supply energy instead. Because of this, they could...
Because if they have a nuclear reactor, you might as well take advantage of the fuck yes amount of power.
Still continue operating after the wires were cut, but their time limit was unknown. Presumably, it was rather short, because each Dragoon was armed with 10 beam guns and was protected by phase shift armor. And for defensive purposes, these pods could also form an energy shield all around the Dreadnought.
Wait, they had energy shields? They were just deployable? That's... okay, sure. I was kind of getting the impression like this is the design one. It's not that impressive, but it has some really cool technology. And, okay, by the way, energy shields. Yeah, sorry, they look cool, man, when they're done right.
They're only...
Also, I'm being told by Davis, different pilot, Lo just helped finish it.
The drawback was that they required a pilot with high spatial awareness, something that was rare even amongst...
Raul Crusade, pilot of whatever helps him drive humanity to extinction. Yeah, because he was the clone who was saying, like, fuck all y'all for making me. Spoilers, I guess. Courtney Hieronymus, original pilot of the Chaos Gundam. His name is Hieronymus. Was his family name Bosch or something? Or like more people in his family named Bosch? If anyone doesn't get the joke, it's because Hieronymus Bosch is a painter who was well known for his depictions of hell. And Prayer Revere, pilot of the Dreadnought Gundam. I have no idea who this character is. It just reminds me, there's so much Gundam I have had no interaction with whatsoever.
Coordinators. Other mounted weapons included 4 MMI QUA2 Piku Seawiz guns and an XM1 Pristis beam reamer mounted on each hip. While these beam reamers were visually very similar to the Guezas...
The what?
Each hip. While these beam reamers were visually...
Maybe it's because I just got re-exposed to the April Fool's lockpicking lawyer videos, but I'm not the only one hearing this, right? I am 5 years old apparently, and my humor has not moved on since that point. Just love it when you ream someone's beam.
Very similar to the Guezas Essential Wrestlers, and were even developed from them, they were significantly more advanced. They had a beam gun with a longer range, and rather than just shooting out, they could be controlled by the Dragoon system to serve as extra remote weapons. The cable this time is said to be only for retrieving the reamers in case of malfunction, but it's also suggested that they serve to provide energy for them because they consumed a lot of...
Like, unironically, the design is cool. The cords are just something I'm surprised they left in because there'd just be more animation they have to put in.
Power when in use. And just as the Gwei's extension arresters could, they could also be used as beam spikes. For handheld weaponry then, it was outfitted with the MAM-22Y beam rifle, an upgraded version of that of the Gwei's, which would later be further developed into the Providence's MAM-221.
I'll be honest, I know it's supposed to look like there's a metal halo behind him. I still think this Gundam looks dumb. Like, I know it was supposed to be the big one for the villain for a lot of the Crusade, and it inspired later Gundams. I just think it looks dumb. I don't know why. I don't like this version. I really don't. I've heard the model's fun. I just don't like it. Probably because of the chest being so bulky with the head so small, with everything else around it making it look disproportionate. Maybe that's it.
Eudichium beam rifle. And as a shield, it had the MAMV-04 composite armed shield system. Again, an upgraded version of the one used by the Gwei's, but now with a single beam emitter rather than two.
Strike, whatever mentioned the backpack, is the Dragoon system. Yeah, I see the resemblance. It just looks dumb here, where the other one didn't look so dumb.
And this would then be further developed for use by the Providence in the form of the MAMV-05A composite armed shield system. Normally, the Dreadnought was meant to be dismantled and disposed of after testing, but instead it fell into the hands of Preya Reverie, and after this, Canard Parse. Because the latter...
I have never heard of these characters. I thought maybe I just forgot them, but nope, I got no idea. My initial assumption would be Astray, but people are saying while the main character of Astray was part of making the Dreadnought work, he wasn't involved with it directly. Is this like a game? It might be a Mobile Suit game then. I have no idea about this otherwise. Ooh, also I'm going to pull this up. Luna, thank you very much. Add, and for some stick figure fun, Slush Invaders Tribute. I don't know what Slush Invaders is. Oh, okay. Huh. Canard is a failed ultimate coordinator. Still manga stuff? Ah. I guess this may be like a failed clone of Jesus Yamato. Astray is a series of manga. Oh, it's a series of manga, not just one. There are two from the Astray manga. Canard Bear is a failed ultimate coordinator, basically failed Kira. Only manga series. The Astray series is mainly a manga series. Huh. So is there one... It's something I know very little about. I've heard of it. I just never got into it for some reason. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure it was available when I would just regularly go to the bookstore and check out things like that.
Couldn't use the Dragoon system, the Dreadnought would be modified into the Dreadnought Eta by everyone's favorite junk guild technician, Lo Guel. The machine would essentially be the Dreadnought Gundam with a new backpack.
Oh, yeah, I see it. And this just looks cooler. I mean, this wasn't bad, but that's way cooler. So it looks like you pull a sword out of it, too.
Eta unit, and a few touches from Canard's previous machine, the Hyperion Gundam Unit 1.
Oh.
The Eta pack had a pair of large binders that housed a beam cannon each that could also emit a large beam saber. And in addition to these, it all...
I'm sorry. Those were cannons that also were beam sabers on command. How big we talking here? Like, oh, fuck yeah, level big, or... You know, I don't even care. That sounds like it'd be funny. I'm just imagining the models, like, the model's this big, the beam saber's this big. Is it good? No. Is it stupid? Yes. Would I love it?
Also had two smaller binders housing 40mm CIWS guns each with a grenade launcher underneath.
Really?
By repositioning these binders, the Dreadnought could switch between Buster mode and Sword mode.
It did have the sword on the background. It literally just turned them around. It's so dumb, but I kind of like it. Oh my god.
For handheld weaponry then, it retained the Super Hyperion's RFW-99 Zastava Stigmate beam submachine gun, which was connected to its nuclear reactor through an energy cable. For defensive purposes then, it had a pair of Armure Lumière handy mono-face lightwave shields mounted onto the hips, which were developed from the shield generators of the Hyperion. Just like the submachine guns, these were hardwired to the machine's nuclear generator, providing them with ample amounts of energy.
I'm assuming this is also from one of the Astray mangas. Why is it... It looks like Tall Geese. That's what's reminding me of. Because there's so much crossover of ideas that take you from one series to the next, it doesn't surprise me that one of them will remind me of it. And it's just the mostly white frame with a backpack. And definitely the foot design is very Tall Geese coded, just with the coloration. Note to self, finally get that if it goes on sale and at a price I can actually deal with. It has gone on sale for some of the crazy cool models, and then I saw the price one.
In order to use them, these generators could either be handheld or mounted on the forearms, and in addition to generating a defensive shield, they could also be used offensively as a beam lance to penetrate other lightwave shields, positron shields, and potentially even beam shields. But back to the Guays now.
So they literally made laser, sword, and shield combos. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. They did talk about how there were shielding technology, so yeah, piercing it, stab it.
After their success during the First Bloody Valentine War, they would be further developed and further upgraded into the Guays R. The unit featured better mobility thanks to a repositioning of some of the thrusters from the backpack to the backskirt, and some of its weapons were also changed. The difficult-to-use extensional arresters were replaced by a development of the railgun from the experimental firearms type, and the twin beam-fanged shield was replaced by the MAMV-05 composite shield, which featured only a single blade, a design choice inspired by the shield of the earlier Dreadnought Gundam. Despite being a great improvement
I know it's not what he's doing, but a mobile suit just going like, hey, check out my little friends. I don't... Something about this animation just strikes me as really... I'm not the only one seeing this, right? It's just a bit sus.
Over the original Guays, and being a more than capable machine at the time of its deployment, most experienced and ace pilots had already moved on to Zaft's next generation machine, the Zaku, never giving the Guays R the chance to shine like its predecessor. Worse yet, it was even shown being outperformed by the older Jin High Maneuver Type 2. And that is unfortunately how the design lineage of the Guays itself ended. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Fortunately, the machines that it laid a foundation for would see much more success. So be sure to leave a like and subscribe, because next time we're having a look at the development history of the Freedom, the Justice, and all the things surrounding them.
I'm very much looking forward to that, because Freedom is definitely one of the mechs I think is the coolest. Not the Justice. I don't know why. Just never did it for me. Not even the red color scheme. There's plenty of mechs where I just think, ooh, cool, red one go faster. I'm showing my bias. I'm aware.
After the successful testing of the Dreadnought Gundam,
yep, and the playlist is in order. It is the Freedom and the Justice. Nice.
And the Guays experimental arms type, their data would be combined to develop two of the most powerful mobile suits of the war. The ZGMF X09A Justice Gundam and the ZGMF X10.
I remember the scene that would be right after Orb, where the big mechs were finally jumped in, and they actually met up for the first time without trying to kill each other. Yeah, again, for all its issues, the first Siege series, it's just still a good series. Has issues, but most shows do, so it's fine. I would gladly still recommend someone watch the first Seed series. I haven't seen Stargazer. I know people have brought that up, and I might actually check it out myself someday. Just haven't done it, though.
And a Freedom Gundam. And since both machines were designed to work in tandem with one another, they would prove to be nearly unstoppable when doing so. The most famous of the two was without a doubt the heavily armed Freedom. Other than the Lacerta beam sabers, Lupu's beam rifle, and Xifia's rail cannons carried over from the experimental arms type, it also featured the M100 Balena plasma beam cannons on its wings. These were not just the most powerful weapons on the Freedom, but also some of the most powerful weapons ever to be mounted on a mobile suit, period. To drive all of these weapons then, the Freedom possessed a specialized targeting system called the multi-lock-on system.
This was so cool, man. It's just like, okay, I see all the things I want not to see anymore. Again, I already had a giant love for all the Docket, because I mentioned the heavy arms from Wing. Wing was one of the, I think was the very first Gundam show I had ever seen. And the concept of just doing everything is now fire saturation kind of stuck with me. So seeing a mainline Gundam series out years later doing this, specifically this moment right here, it just scratched that little orky part of my brain that just wanted more Daka.
This allowed pilots with high spatial awareness to target and attack multiple enemies at once. In practice, the Freedom would often use this system in combination with its so-called full burst mode, which simply meant that the Freedom was firing all of its weapons at once. But despite all of these heavy weapons, the Freedom was still a remarkably agile machine thanks to its wings. When these
also thanks to we have all the nuclear power we need, which who would have thought? Unlimited power gives you a lot of access to things.
The Freedom would enter something known as the High Mobility Aerial Tactics mode, or HIMAT mode for short.
Do a barrel roll!
As the name indicates, this mode gave...
No, wait, he actually did multiple barrel rolls. That's not even a joke. Oh god.
Gave the machine a big boost in mobility, turning it into a deadly dogfighting machine. And despite the name, it could also be used in space, where it would act in conjunction with its AMBAC maneuvering.
Yep.
Thanks to this, the Freedom...
I mean, series aside, maneuvering in space is the biggest thing you can do, because at any decent range, you're either fighting at knife range, so close that people can't dodge, or so far away that you're trying to box them in based on knowing their maneuverability. So if you have absurd maneuverability, the amount of fire you need to cut them down to a location where you can actually hit them is, oh fuck, why? Inducing. Or you send something so big, so fast that they can't dodge it, or surprise them because they don't know what's coming, which is the other one. But that's IRL space fighting. Gundam is not IRL. It's just funny. Also, according to Necro, fun fact, the Macross Missile Massacre was the inspiration for the aerial fight between Gilgamesh and Lancelot in Fate Zero. Okay, that's just kind of cool.
Could and would present a serious threat to enemy mobile suits, even at close range.
There's a world I want to predict. Yeah. I know this is supposed to be the ending scene of Freedom Seed. This is not the part that I thought was the most hype. I think that was a lot of the things right before this moment. Like, hell, it isn't even Kira's best one. Also, the art on him really makes him look weirdly proportioned. Like, his head in this art looks wider than his chest and torso. Huh. This is probably why you don't stop these scenes. Yeah. Fuck that guy, though.
All of this made the Freedom one of the most powerful mobile suits around, even well into the Second Bloody Valentine War. Unfortunately for Zaft, this immensely powerful machine was snatched away from them almost as soon as it was completed. To recapture it, Atheron Zala was assigned to its sister unit, the Justice Gundam, the more close combat-oriented machine of the two.
And immediately went off the reservation, so they were probably not happy with that.
As with the Freedom, many of the experimental arms types as weapons were carried over, including the...
You know what? Now that I see it and people have pointed out the backpack is supposed to be a flying platform, I think I know why I never really liked this as much. The Seed Freedom had a lot more streamlined design with the wings, which I thought looked a lot more cool, specifically because it was always just dodging around and flying everywhere, which made it much more interesting to watch. This one, it looks like it's big and clunky, even though it's supposed to be the fast upfront fighter. It does not look like it fulfills that role. And also, the entire thing Gundam does where you just fly on a platform that's flying underneath the mech. Never been a fan of that aesthetic. Some people like it. It just never really did for me.
The Lacerta beam sabers, Lupus beam rifle, and the refined version of the Fatum 00. The Justice's main and distinguishing feature that also gave it a lot of versatility. Other than a nice variety of weapons, it allowed the Justice to go into high mat mode by flipping it up. This granted the Justice incredible speed as well as increased mobility, similar to how the Freedom's high mat mode worked. In addition to this, it could also function as a traditional subflight system.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. I even remember this now that I see it. I don't think I ever recognized that was the Justice in this scene. Unironically, I don't think I even realized that Atherin was here and not just seeing it from some other place. It was just like a random mech on screen. But now that I see it, I remember this. And it makes a lot more sense suddenly. The more you know.
But with a few extra tricks up its sleeve. All of its weapons remained usable through remote control, and even the whole backpack itself could be remotely controlled, allowing it to fight alongside the Justice, or in the worst case scenario, it could be used to ram enemies. A weapon then that wasn't tested out on the Gways were the two shoulder-mounted beam boomerangs.
Oh yeah, they did do that. The gun shooting through the shield is cool though.
Other than its combat role, another thing that set the Justice...
Okay, it does look a little cooler with it pointed up, but that's just like the entire thing of the overbooster units. Adding more mech to the mech always makes the mech bigger, and that's just cool as far as I'm concerned. And I don't just mean in seat. I mean almost any mech in any Gundam franchise where you attach a giant set of fucking power armor to it, where you're putting armor on the mech, it looks cool, man. I'm very easily biased. You can see where I'm going with this.
Apart from the Freedom, was the more powerful and also more prominent sensor array on its head, which was very similar to the one found on the Aegis.
Oh, I don't even know that mech.
This most likely increased its data gathering and communication abilities, possibly hinting that this one would serve as the commander unit of the two. Also, just like the Freedom Gundam, the Justice did come with a multi-lock-on system, but Atherin would never use it with just...
Yeah, see, this... It's giant, it's huge, it's its own spaceship in its own right, and it's just all the fucking huge cannons. Which, again, as I might have established, is the thing I look for in a mech. More firepower. Also, go fast, shoot hard, get out, and all the rockets. It suddenly also explains how I play MechWarrior 5, now that I think about it. Huh.
The Justice Gundam. More about that in a second.
I didn't know?
Now, unfortunately for Zaft,
her hair gets dumber every time I look at it.
Also lost this machine when Atherin decided to defect rather than carry out his mission.
Yeah.
But things didn't end here. To support it...
See? Out of everyone here, this guy is still the coolest one in the entire damn show. And he utterly got screwed over in Destiny. As in, he wasn't one of the main characters. Seriously, if Destiny was just this guy running the show, it would have been amazing. Because I think his writing, honestly, was kind of amazing. In all shows, I think he was never written badly. He just wasn't written, and that's the problem. Still going to hold to that one. I think that's actually one of the reasons I had a problem with Destiny. Not because it focused on Atherin, who I just didn't really care about. Not that it was focusing on the other ship, building them up, so when they become antagonists, it's the oh moment. It was that they established a really cool character early on in a really cool format with an interesting new dynamic with a character who's like, oh, I could see how they could get along and maybe are a thing, maybe they're not. And then we're not doing that. I think I realized why I don't like Destiny. It's because they actually had one really good character that they did have. They didn't screw up. And they focused on other people who just weren't bad, just were not this guy.
Twins, Zaft also developed a purpose...
Also, according to Golden Fox, you actually learned in a Stray how he survived? Oh, that's cool. I mean, dumber things have happened IRL, but that's not saying much because IRL has some really fucked up shit, man.
Built carrier, the Eternal. As just a warship, it was armed relatively lightly with a single main gun, 2 double railguns, and then a plethora of missile launchers, small beam guns, and sea-whiz guns, but it more than made up for this in 2 ways. One, it was Zaft's fastest ship, even beating out the high-speed Nazca class. And 2, of course, was its mobile suit complement and the special facilities designed to maintain and resupply them. This also included 2 special housings on the hull for 2 mobile suit embedded tactical enforcers, or
let's just pull it what it is. It's when someone realized, wait, mobile armors are actually really good. I mean, honestly, whenever you get a mobile armor that's super high speed with really strong guns and a pilot who can keep up with it, they become menaces, man. Even in series outside of UC, outside of C, that's like the thing that happens in most Gundam franchises across multiple different unrelated series and timelines. Mobile armors at the higher end are kind of bullshit. It's just at the lower end, they are utter jokes. I'm looking at you, Ball.
Or Meteors for short. These were weapon modules designed to dock with the Justice and Freedom Gundam, but when stored on the Eternal, they could also function as turrets, significantly increasing its firepower.
Yes.
Now, technically, it should be possible for non-nuclear powered mobile suits to also use these things, since they did have onboard batteries, but they were designed to also draw power from a nuclear-powered Gundam, so it's very possible that the battery itself...
It looks like the Justice fits in it better. But damn, does the C not look like it's just aura farming with the giant, I have all the cannons on it. As we've established, I'm going goblin mode when it comes to Gundams. I'm aware.
Didn't last
I guess
long.
orc mode, but whatever.
This would later on be rectified with Meteor Unit 5 and 6 by the Junk Guild.
Actually, no. Now that I see it, it looks like these actually get in the way of the air intake, which is weird considering this is on space. Huh. I guess it was meant for atmospheric as well then.
Who retrofitted them with a nuclear reactor each and an N-jammer canceller each. And this was probably very necessary to power all of the weapons on this.
As you can see, considering only half the image is covered in beam weaponry, it's got half of the DACA it needs.
This thing. We have a whopping 77 60 centimeters Erinakeu's anti-ship missile launchers, 2 93.7 centimeter high energy beam cannons, 2 120 centimeter high energy beam cannons, and 2 MAX-200 beam swords. If there was anything before that the Justice...
I actually completely forgot about the beam swords. Unironically, like, I remember this exact scene now that I'm seeing it. I completely forgot they did this. Which makes sense considering we saw the Dreadnought H and it had the giant beam-mounted cannon. And you can see the exact thing right here. Yeah, I just completely forgot about this part. Huh, memory. Who'd have thought mine was bad? Except literally anyone who's seen my memory before. Didn't know you could see that. Also, Steve, I'd rather you go Goblin for Gundams that deserve it. That's fair. I mean, just because you don't like it and I like it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. And again, not liking Seed for any reason is perfectly valid. For the same reason, I know people absolutely love some of the series I don't like, and I love some series people really don't like. That's fine. Personal choice. Everyone has independent things they like, and that's cool.
And Freedom Gundam couldn't take on, they sure could now.
Beam swords.
And other than weaponry, the Meteor units also boosted their speed with engines designed after those of the Jin High maneuver type. And because of this speed, the Meteor was also later developed into the Vern 35A MPFM multi-purpose flight module.
Why would they stick a rocket to the back of the rocket? I mean, that's how booster rockets work, so this is probably the most realistic thing out of all of Seed. But it just looks weird to me. Because they put the air intake in here, and these things, shuttles do fly in Earth, but it's blocking the air intake still. I just... one sec. Allergies. It's like I'm allergic to cats or something.
Which was essentially a stripped down and streamlined version of the Meteor that acted as a booster for things like mobile suits, shuttles, and even fighter
weapons, missile launcher suite. Is that entire thing just a missile launcher? God damn.
Planes were being considered at some point. Originally, it didn't have any weapons, but some were later retrofitted.
Oh, this is from the card game. Actually, this is something I want to ask Chad if anyone knows about this. Is the card game good? because there's a lot of people around me who I've heard are starting to get into this. I've not picked it up, but it involves art and it looks cool, so I'm kind of down for this right here.
By the Jung Guild.
Also, Duck, you do not have the HG Meteor unit? Damn. To be fair, I honestly thought your collection was almost complete, but then you said there was people who had thousands of models, so I stand corrected.
Also, originally this thing was going to be called the Meteor Kai.
Oh.
But back to the Eternal now. Unfortunately for Zaft, they would never get to use this as it was, again, stolen shortly after being completed.
Also, I'm again going to reference pricing for something that large from GW. Yeah, that's not a better deal. Also, Duck, you play the starter pack? According to Cyber Dragon, older card game, not the current one. Gundam Assemble is pretty good. Oh, so that's one of the older cards and not part of the new game. Oh. Honestly, the old game had some pretty good art then. No idea how the new game goes, though. That huge thing, she's really something. Don't you just love it when people escape with huge things? I'm 5 years old and I'm aware of it. Oh god, I'm doing it even it's stupid. What the? She is your fiance. Yeah.
At some point after the completion of the Freedom and the
yeah, that was Kira's sister, wasn't it? It literally was all in the family.
Justice then, Zaft would begin research on their upgraded forms, called the Strike Freedom and Infinite Justice respectively.
I'll be honest, technically the model I have is the Strike Freedom. I actually didn't even realize it wasn't the correct one when I first got it. The Justice is an upgrade. The Strike Freedom over the regular Freedom, it has more gold. It's nice. It looks like a paint job detail difference. It's fine.
Respectively. But again, unfortunately for Zaft, they would never get to use them because at some point during development, or shortly after completion, they were stolen by Decline Faction again.
They really should work on that.
Considering how both units were fine-tuned to the operational preferences of the pilots who stole the original units, I feel that it's safe to assume that they were acquired at some point during development, and that they were then later finished by Decline Faction. Yeah. The Strike Freedom continued the heavy artillery role of the Freedom by having
This is a personal thing though. As someone who actually has the model for this right behind me, the coolest thing about this model, oddly enough, is the laser shield. They just did a really good job on the actual model details for it. Now, I'm just talking high grade, nothing crazy. Like, it's surprisingly just a really cool bit of detail.
Grades of the previous weapons, like the more compact and more powerful Xifios 3 railguns, 2 MAM-21KF high-energy beam rifles, which could be either used individually or linked together for a more powerful long-range beam, and instead of the 2 wing-mounted plasma...
Like, unironically, the backpack is... It tactfully uses stickers to cover over seam lines in a way that makes sense and looks good. But dear God, if you misplace it by a millimeter, you see it. Sorry, this is one of those model kits where I love and hate it in equal measures.
Cannons, it now had a single Kalidus multi-phase beam cannon installed on its abdomen. In the wings then, it now had 8 Dragoon pods controlled by the new Super Dragoon system. The big difference with the regular Dragoon system was that they no longer needed a pilot with high spatial awareness to use them. But despite this, it was claimed that they could only be used to their full effect by the so-called Ultimate Coordinator Kira Yamato, a claim that can most likely be disregarded as mere propaganda by the Decline Faction who was operating this machine. But putting that aside, the Dragoons had a beam assault cannon each and could also emit a beam blade.
I'm pretty sure that's SD Gundam. I've never played the game, or the mobile version, but I've heard a lot of people talk about it for a long time now. I just realized, damn, they really tightened that belt on this guy. Yeah.
But despite their power,
it's a cool mobile suit. I really like the backpack as much. But again, I had trouble telling the differences, so I'm not entirely sure if it's really just me having more anger at it now because of how fiddly they were in the actual model. Nope, never mind. Having said that out loud, I'm absolutely certain my dislike of that backpack is explicitly because of how spindly the actual model is. It's actually put together well, but it is very, very much one of those, if you move this to the wrong leg, or the wrong thing, things will get stuck. The model's cool, but once you pose it, do not move it. It is so hard to move after that because everything feels like it's going to just move at the wrong angle because it's all connected and just great once posed. Honestly, I'd recommend super glue to make sure it doesn't move again. But if you're at that point, it's awesome. Also, 01, thank you very much too. Let me read it. A shame that money does not count to that counter, but if you want to see some fun, the TF2 ARG that changed everything? TF2 had an ARG? Oh, God. To be fair, I will probably do the counter again. But, are you talking about this counter? Yeah, we're about halfway done with that. But nah, the subathon is going to not happen until next year. We did 33 days of that. I think we're good for now. Wait, what am I doing in here? We're just going to add this one directly in. One second.
They did cause...
Just going to add this in. TF2 that changed everything. All right. These two will happen first, but now we got this one in. And yeah, looks like we're going to get this up and running. Rock, I'm still kind of scared what you're going to bring in. Might be fun, though.
An issue with another system present on the Strike Freedom, the Voiture Lumière system.
I think I know what I'm missing. If they had the... Maybe in like a real grade or a master grade, they would have a part that comes with it to represent the glowing effect. The one I have doesn't have that, and that's maybe why it feels off. Okay.
This system...
I will admit, though, the gold sections, while they were really annoying stencils to apply, not stencils, stickers, they do look really cool.
Was mounted behind the Dragoons on the wings and granted the Freedom superior acceleration and agility. Because of the way it worked, the wings emitted light when the system was active, an effect affectionately known as the Wings of the Skies. While the Strike Freedom can use this system while the Dragoons are docked by slightly extending them, the system can only operate at full strength when they're launched. Which makes you wonder why the Strike Freedom launched with them equipped during battles on Earth. The Dragoons could only be used in space, and unlike those of the Providence and the Legend Gundam, they seem to have no special features so that they could be used when docked. At least, not that we saw. Regardless, when using all of these weapons together, the Strike Freedom would enter the so-called full burst mode, which would again be aided by the multi-lock-on system carried over from the regular Freedom. Another system that was carried over was the high mat mode.
Again, as much as I might be bitching about the actual physical model, it's all the guns. I'm still happy with that. Also, I am literally a person in Mech Warrior who plays all the lasers as my playstyle, so I have no right to say anything.
Where the Strike Freedom unfolds its wings for better agility and aerial maneuverability. And what increased this already phenomenal agility even more was a new armor splitting system. While it did somewhat lower the unit's defensive capabilities, this was mitigated by installing phase shift armor on the exposed joints and by installing powerful beam shields on the forearms.
Yeah.
And finally, the Strike Freedom could of course also dock with the Meteor units in case it needed even more firepower.
Ah, button. I mean, unironically, if you want to make anything in this universe better, just start mass producing the Meteor units. It would be a dumb idea, but it would also be a really fun idea because all the weapons.
Justice then can be much more easily summed up. It's the Justice Gundam, but everything is better. Or in other words, by taking the combat data of the original Justice into account, the Infinite Justice was turned into the best close combat machine they could, something that was greatly reflected by its...
The only thing I wish it could do, and I don't think it could do, is taking off the wings right here, because they're basically physical swords with a beam edge, and giving it a handle so you can get some real power in that thing, man. I don't think they did that. And it's stupid. But it's the kind of stupid I would appreciate and just like, I'm turning my brain off for this one and just enjoying it. Yeah. Winkla. They mass-produced them. Oh, I did not know that. Probably something from one of the later series then that I just missed. Still pretty cool.
Weapons. Not only did it come with standard beam sabers that could be combined into a beam staff, but it also had an MRQ-15A Griffin beam blade on each leg, inspired by the foot-mounted beam blades of the Aegis, and the MX-2002 carrier beam shield. A shield that could not only emit a beam field, but also featured a grappling hook, the EEQ-8 grapple stinger, and the RQM-55 shine.
Every time I see a grapple, all I can think is someone just was obsessed with Mortal Kombat, and every time they animate that, they're drawing a single scene. It begins with them saying, "Get over here." I'm not going to do the accent right. That's as close as it's going to get. It's not going to get better.
Edge beam boomerang, and the same one for the Fatum 01. Thanks to the one Super Lacerta beam saber mounted on its nose, the pre-phase Lacerta beam saber mounted behind each of the Hyperfortis beam cannons, and the Griffin 2 beam blades mounted on each wing.
It's a backpack saber blade that flies.
No longer had to rely on just ramming enemy units. It could now instead slice them up, also giving the back...
Is it stupid? Yes. Do I care? I mean, admittedly, it is kind of stupid looking, but I don't care too much because it's also just so dumb it's cool again.
Back a higher chance of making it back to the Infinite Justice in one piece.
Well, I would send it off rather than use it.
In addition to all of these beam blades, it also featured two MA6J Hyperfortis beam cannons because it still needed some ranged weaponry. On the Justice itself then, we can find a pair of MMI GAU 26 17.5 twin Seawiz guns on the head, a pair of MMI M19L 14mm twin Seawiz guns on the chest, and finally a MAM 1911 high energy beam rifle that can also be stored on the back skirt. What also greatly improved its close combat performance was the same armor-splitting technology as the Strike Freedom.
While they were golden on the Freedom, they were silver on the Justice. Yeah, they really knew who was in charge of the plotline for the fans at the time. And then this guy. They didn't even give them the option of having bronze. They really wanted you to think he was a main character. Still don't even remember his name. You could tell me a name in chat right now, I would not remember it. Because he wasn't the main character. He was there to try and be Kira without being Kira, so you could feel for these guys before you had to inevitably beat them. Yeah. The thing is, I had trouble with Destiny. I think if it was that plot line in a different universe, it might have worked better. But they came with so much baggage from the first season, and they were treading so many previous events. It felt like when they were doing something hype, it was like, yeah, but they kind of already did this. I think beyond my personal issues with it, the show probably would have worked better as an alternate timeline, just going completely off the rails, like an Iron Blood Orphans with that plot line, or Witch from Mercury with that plot line. Not to say either of those with that plot line would be better, but just taking it to a completely different universe with the joining up side. It would maybe work out better.
And just as with that machine, phase shift armor was now installed on the joints to increase their defensive capabilities. And then finally, as with the original Justice, it had the multi-lock-on system, which was only necessary when docked with the Meteor unit, which it of course could and would still do.
I'm just going to say, one of the things in most of the franchises I like is if you can refer to the mech as a disco ball. I gotta say, disco never dies, but its opponents definitely will.
And before I wrap up this video, a quick fun fact about the Strike Freedom and the Infinite Justice. Did you know that they were originally going to be called the Super Freedom and the Night Justice respectively? Let me know down below.
Are we talking Knight N-I-G-H-T or Knight as K-N, like Knight in shining armor? Super Freedom would be like, okay, Team America, got it. I mean, it has red, white, and blue all over it, man. The joke is obviously there. Actually, I kind of wish they did it more because it would make for perfect, just absolute absurdity fodder. Night Justice sounds like you're about to take someone out behind the shed. Which is probably what they were actually going to use this mech for, so it might unironically be the best way possible. Oh, God. The camera's having a seizure? That might actually just be connections to YouTube. Actually, probably almost explicitly YouTube.
Which name you prefer.
God.
But that does it for the development history of the Freedom and the Justice, one of the most deadly tag teams in the history of Gundam. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for more similar content. And one video you might want to immediately check out is the development history on the Gwace and the Dreadnought Gundam.
We just saw that one.
If you haven't already.
And next up we have the gun cannon. Before that, I'm going to just let my camera cool down for a second. Sometimes it does overheat. I want to make sure it doesn't do that. All right. Also, coffee. So this one we'll be doing on the secondary camera just so that we can let the main camera cool down a bit. So let's jump into it.
While in the Origin continuity, the gun cannon was a little more...
Oh, Origin. Yeah, I have not seen this movie. I know it's Char's, according to what some people said last time, his head canon for how things went down, but other people are treating it as just an alternate retelling, as opposed to what happened in G-Quux, where they literally had an alternate retelling. And oddly enough, I think it actually worked out better.
More than a bipedal tank, and not even worthy of being considered a mobile suit, the gun cannon from the mainline Universal Century was a completely different beast.
Oh?
Although this wasn't immediately evident from its first prototype, the RX-77-1A gun cannon A. The requirements for the plan were a mid-range support mobile suit with strong Luna titanium armor that still had good mobility. The result was a heavy and well-armored machine that was based on the RX-M1 bipedal prototype and also had powerful weapons.
Yeah, so why was this? I'm assuming the problem with the gun... I'm looking at the wrong camera. The problem with the gun cannon is it's not the white Gundam, which is weird. I always thought it was more of a blue Gundam, but whatever. Also, Duck, you posted the first one? Ooh, nice.
Many of which would later become standard for the gun cannon line. It had 60mm Vulcans in the head, 2 shoulder-mounted cannons, an optional 3-tube missile launcher, and a handheld beam rifle, also making it the first mobile...
I'm kind of surprised they didn't just change out the... Considering UC did this later on, Universal Century, changing out the hand into guns. I mean, it was Zeon who did the finger guns. Kind of surprised the gun cannon wasn't just gun arms as well, because it kind of feels like how they were going with that.
Suit ever to use beam weaponry and giving it the firepower of a battleship. The only problem was with the mobility of the machine, so what followed were many tests to see where the armor could be reduced or reshapen to still maintain its defensive capabilities and increase that mobility.
I know it doesn't work out because of how fast some of the other Gundams were in UC early on, especially early on. But I have the general principle of a Steiner Scout Lance in my head when it comes to armor and mechs. It counts as stealth if nothing survives to say you were there. So all the guns. As long as you can hit the target, man, it doesn't matter how slow you move.
This would eventually turn into the RX-77-2 gun cannon that we all know today. A unit with thick armor where it counted without affecting its mobility too much. And while it wasn't as agile as the later RX-78-2 Gundam, the RX-77-2 still had enough mobility to somewhat hold its own in close combat. It could even get airborne for a little bit thanks to the thrusters on its back. The weaponry then remained largely the same. The shoulder-mounted low-recoil cannons were slightly overhauled, and despite their power, the water-cooled jackets around the barrels gave them a firing rate similar to that of the Zaku machine gun.
Oh, shit. I didn't actually realize they ever took cooling into account in a Gundam franchise, so that's actually really cool to hear, considering this would be the first one. I wonder why they didn't do it later. Because they did it already and they'd retreading the same ground. Which should be a good reason why they wouldn't, except retraining the same ground is kind of a trope in itself within Gundam. Huh. Also, according to Gabriel, in the Astray, No Name has a gun hand. Oh, that works.
However, with an ammo capacity of...
Also, I just read Alan's comment of gunned arms. Gundam! I'm not going to apologize for that one.
Approximately 40 shots, the pilot had to be careful not to run out of ammo.
That actually sounds like a lot of shots, though. But it would probably be away from firing line, or not firing lines. This isn't an artillery piece. This is an upfront one. Yeah, I guess if you're not going to get easy resupply, that's not a lot of shots. It does sound like it should be a lot, though.
And in some cases, those cannons, the head-mounted Vulcan guns, and the leg-stored grenades were the only weapons that the pilot had access to.
Ew.
The luckier pilots then could also be issued a 100mm machine gun or the XBR M79A beam rifle. Essentially a sniper rifle that was made specifically for use by the gun cannon by the BOA Corporation.
That works.
Compared to the one used by the RX-78 Gundam,
considering its giant fuck-off cannons are the equivalent of saying, fuck over there, giving a sniper rifle just kind of makes sense. It's not like, you know, it doesn't have the way to account for I'm standing above the Earth's surface, so I have extra range. Nope, wait, it actually has that already.
It had a higher accuracy, but depending on the source, it seems that the range was largely the same, around 30 kilometers. It is said, though, that due to generator problems, the rifle initially couldn't be used, but these issues were later resolved at Luna 2. A lesser-seen weapon of the gun cannon, then, were two spray missile launchers that could be mounted on the shoulders instead of the 240mm cannons. Each of the pods has 12 tubes with two...
You know, I think they showed this in an earlier vid. Kakarot did pull that up. But I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen art of this, other than right now. No, I can't think there is.
Missiles each, giving the gun cannon a grand total of 48 missiles. But even though a prototype is known to have existed, it's not known if these were ever used in actual combat. But all of this made the RX-77-2 gun cannon the first true Federation combat-ready mobile suit, and 2 units would be famously used by the 13th Autonomous Corps. And they wouldn't be the only ones using this excellent fire support unit. As opposed to the other V Project prototypes, the gun cannon would actually see limited production as is, and for a short time even functioned as the main Federation mobile suit. During this initial deployment then, another gun cannon known as the RX-77G gun cannon ground type,
17 meters, so it's a little shorter than some of the other ones. We've seen 2 Vulcan, 2 cannon. I'm not even going to try and say that machine gun, beam saber rifle, heat dagger, fire nut. I'm sorry, if someone's firing their nuts, I don't think I want to be anywhere near that.
Also made its appearance. As you might have guessed, this was a ground combat version of the gun cannon made with spare parts of the V Project prototype, similar to the situation with the Gundam ground type. In addition to...
Yeah, I recognize that design. 8th MS Squad, I think.
The weapons used by the regular gun cannon, the ground type also had a heat dagger and was sometimes also equipped with the same type of shield as the ground type Gundam and the ground type Jim. Something that the regular gun cannon typically wasn't seen with because it was believed that its armor was already plenty thick enough. One of the biggest differences then with the regular gun cannon was that the ground type no longer had the core block system, an escape system where inside of the torso of the V Project machines a folded up core fighter was present that could be deployed by ditching the top and bottom of the mobile suit that it was in. This would ensure that the pilot could make an escape and return with the valuable test data should the mobile suit be damaged. This in turn then gave the ground type a quite different looking torso. Another difference was the performance of the ground type.
Oh yeah, because here it's a little more bulky but angled down, where this one is a lot higher chested. Huh. And you can see there's a smaller torso section where this one is much bulkier around there. I guess it went to work out or something.
This was unfortunately lowered due to a limiter that needed to ensure that this amalgamation of spare parts could function as required.
Ew.
Now these...
Also, according to King Dragoon 1, fun fact, real-life tank cannons are usually 100 to 120 millimeters, so the Zaken machine guns are automatic tank cannons with a magazine size of 145 shots. Ooh, I'm going to pull up your comment as well. And Steven, by the way, my favorite non-Gundam MS are the GM Sniper 2. We saw a few of those. They're really cool. The Rick Dom, the Rick Diaz. I feel like I'm being rickrolled with that one. The Titania from Code Fairy. I don't know what Code Fairy is, so that might be fun to learn. And the GNX from 00. To be fair, 00 had some just really cool designs regardless. Some of them I think they had tried in previous series, but of different variants. And then 00 just did them really well. Their designs were generally kind of well done and held up. So yeah, anything from 00 I think will just be a good choice regardless.
These units would mostly see action in Australia and
the Australian Corps. Oi, mate. Gonna get us a Barbie on the thing, yeah. I don't speak Australian. I'm just assuming looking at this, and these guys are probably all drunk and are ready to throw drop bears at people.
Asia, but would then later be phased out once the GM Cannon and the Gun Cannon mass production version became.
You know what? I play Battletech. I play the Hunchback. I have no reason not to like this. For some reason, I don't like it. I like this, though, which is making it this one weird. And this thing explicitly has a dick on it. I just noticed that. Yep. Also, Steve, a single-player campaign for Battle Operation 2. Oh, that's what Code Fairy is. Oh, okay. That's probably also why I don't know it then. Damn. And thanks, Strike, for the same thing.
Although with the exception of a few units, most of the gun cannon mass production types would be deployed in space. Whereas Jawbro had favored the GM Cannon and had started to steadily produce them in October, Luna 2 had begun research on a mass-produced gun cannon based on the RX-77-3 gun cannon heavy custom. Due to its late introduction into war and possibly due to serving a similar role as the GM Cannon, the gun cannon mass production type only saw a limited trial production run before being succeeded by the GM 2 in the post-war. Also,
this does look cooler though. Like, unironically, this just looks look cooler. You can see the barrels come up and down. There's the exhaust, the muffles. Or I guess, would that be a muffler? Or is that just something so you don't get too close to the heat? I don't know, but it just looks much cooler. It's probably the level of detail in the model design itself then.
Because it kept the RX in its model number, which was a model number that the Federation used for its prototypes, it has been speculated that it was never meant as a true mass production type, but rather as a prototype for a mass production version, which would then be another reason for its limited production. But putting that aside, as with the other mass production versions of the V Project machines, several cost-saving measures were implemented, while also trying to keep their impact on the performance as minimal as possible. It no longer had the core block system, the armor was now made out of a titanium ceramic composite rather than the stronger Luna titanium alloy, although its redesigned armor layout would ensure that its defensive capabilities didn't suffer too much.
They also changed out the head. Quite a bit. And they made the fingers a lot thicker now that I notice it, yeah. Oh, Steve, Code Fairy focuses on all-female Xeon squad. Oh! That actually sounds kind of cool. How old is the game anyways? Also, Duck, you want the HG or high-grade MP gun cannon to come out? How crazy does the model set look like then?
And finally, it used many parts also used in the GM command line, making production and maintenance much easier. Generally speaking, its performance was on par with the regular gun cannon, and even managed to surpass it in some areas.
Oh? And you can immediately see it just breaking down. Not actually running that right now.
At least
There we go. It's good. Nope. It's like 1 second to the other, it just like blew itself up. I love how we're just cutting these individual parts together. Oh, man. And yeah, I recognize Zeta as well because of this unit specifically.
And even managed to surpass it in some areas.
I don't remember this
at
model
least
at all,
on paper. Its mounted
still
weaponry
better,
would also be redesigned. The 60mm Vulcans remained the same, but the grenades were omitted and the 240mm cannons were now replaced by a new type of cannon with barrels that could fold into the backpack to make close combat easier.
I think I know why I like this design. It has the same thing the Freedom does of moving cannons to just go, whoop, fuck you. I have a type, and more giant gun is it. Also, Steven, you mentioned the Titania is a heavily upgraded camphor. Oh, okay. You can tell how new it is because Kakarot didn't mention it in his camphor video. Oh, it's that new. Oh. For some reason, I thought it was an old game, but no, apparently not. Also, according to Strike Wyvern, Battle Operation 2 is old, but it's still being updated every week. It recently celebrated the 8th anniversary with the introduction of the V2 Assault Buster. What is Battle Operation? Like, is it a system game, a PC game, or a mobile game? If it's getting updates every week, I'm assuming mobile, but maybe I'm wrong.
It also simplified the complex loading mechanism, which had apparently been an issue that plagued the gun cannon. For handheld weaponry, it is most famously known for using the 90mm bullpup machine gun, but has also been seen using the 100mm machine gun and even the beam rifle used by the Alex Gundam. One feature then not seen on the regular gun cannon was the extendable stabilizer on the back skirt that granted the mass production type better stability and firing accuracy.
Ooh.
Despite not always being shown in the most favorable light, the machine would see a lot.
It was a red shirt Gundam, or sorry, a red shirt mobile suit, wasn't it? Yeah.
Of success in the hands of the famous White Dingo team and one of the Federation's top aces, Lido Wolf. The RX-77-2...
Of course the Australians made it work. Of course it was the Australians. A dingo ate the baby. I don't even know where that joke is from. I'm pretty sure it's Game Grumps, but I'm not entirely sure either.
Itself then would also be further developed, resulting in the RX-77-3 gun cannon heavy custom. And although you might think
on the front, I love the backpack design from this angle though. That unironically just looks cool.
That this was a bulkier and slower unit, this was actually quite the opposite. Think more in terms of heavy duty and heavier weapons, such as a greater rate of fire and more ammo capacity for those 240mm cannons, and a larger amount of hand grenades that were now stored on the hip. Do
hand grenades really come up in Gundam that often? Like, how, you know, actually considering how often people like to fight at literally sword range, probably often enough for grenades to be very useful. Yeah, I see it.
Compensate for that extra weight, the heavy custom was fitted with a new high-performance backpack that succeeded in giving it higher mobility.
Hey, it's up Inferno. Dead.
Other upgrades then included slightly overhauled armor for better protection and increased stability when firing the main cannons. The heavy custom was a step in the right direction of meeting the Federation top brass's requirements of an upgraded gun cannon that was able to function in a group and also by itself.
As much as I actually like blue on a lot of models, I think the red just looks better on it. Maybe that's just me.
Two remaining issues for this goal then was increasing its stability for better firing and increasing the mobility just that little bit more. Because of this, the heavy custom would be produced, but it would only be in a limited number. All of that being said though, after the 1-year war, some of the surviving heavy customs would be stationed at Jaburo, where they would still perform surprisingly well when the AUG attacked it during the Grips conflict. These particular gun cannons had been upgraded with linear seats and...
I'm being told this is the old Gundam card game, not the new Gundam card game. The art for it still is pretty cool though, so it holds up.
...and were equipped with the then standard Federation beam rifle. Back during the 1-year war then, some of these were used as test machines for a new type of beam cannon. Not only would it be lighter because it didn't have to carry any ammo, but it would also have less recoil. And it would seem that the tests here were satisfactory.
Why would a beam cannon have recoil? Because they're not true lasers. I gotta remember that part.
Satisfactory, as the beam cannon was later also mounted onto the Blue Destiny Unit 1 and the heavy custom successor unit, the Gun Cannon 2, which was a name that was...
For some reason, it looks like a football helmet to me. Maybe it's just me, but it looks like a football helmet.
Sometimes also used for the heavy customs equipped with
Not
the beam
bad,
cannon, but confusing names out of the way, we'll talk more about the actual Gun Cannon 2 in a second. First, we must look at the Gun Cannon Heavy Type D, a successful attempt to give the heavy custom more mobility. And the solution for this seemed to be quite simple.
Backpack thrusters?
Add some more thrusters here and there, twig the armor a little bit, and...
Oh yeah, there's a whole complement down here by the feet as well. Yeah, you can barely see it if I move out of the way. But yeah, just more on the feet and a few more on the back and pack. Backpack has at least what? Were these kind of 6 or 2? Quite a few then.
Voila! A gun cannon that was not just capable of operating as a mid-range support unit, but also as a general support machine with a much wider operating radius. The test runs confirmed this, and the Heavy Type D was quickly approved by the Federation brass as the gun cannon that met their expectations and was said to be mass-produced. Or at least it would have been if it hadn't been for two things.
Oh, wait, there's a different reason.
Expensive, and only shortly after its rollout, another gun cannon would be completed. The superior and presumably cheaper RX-77 Gun Cannon 2. This was the final and best gun cannon of the 1 Year War, thanks to the fact that it...
Is it kind of weird that the more I hear about how much was built during the 1 Year War, and then compare it to the real-life timelines of, okay, we can do a single battleship now, it'll just take 10 years. Their development entire pipeline from let's make a thing to it's actually made to mass production is kind of absurd. You think the most unrealistic thing in Gundam would be the Gundams, but no, the actual physical model one, even though it's literally just a mock-up, it existed. That's really cool. But it's the development speed and the just efficiency of the military-industrial complex. You know, the thing that those words should never be used in tandem with.
Was built around that beam cannon that was tested out by the Heavy Custom. A lot of internal space was now freed up because there was no longer a need for things like ammo storage space or vents for the exhaust gases. This meant that the Gun Cannon 2 was lighter, and that there was now the opportunity to overhaul its backpack with improved thrusters. All of this led to a surprisingly agile machine that could even do pretty far thruster jumps. However, despite its amazing performance, only a few machines would be produced at the recaptured California base. And while some sources claim that these machines never saw actual combat, it's more likely that they did participate in the subsequent recapture and mopping up operations of the North American continent. One final and obscure gun cannon then would appear after the 1 year.
This one looks odd. I think it's because the chest is so incredibly hip heavy and then the torso is so incredibly squat. It almost looks like someone from Xeon tried to design a gun cannon because the design aesthetic is huge and sweeping, but they're trying to keep it more blocky like the Earthside did.
War. The RX-77 D2 gun cannon mass production type Kai, a mobile suit that was only made in small numbers through modifying existing late versions of the gun cannon mass production type. What exactly this so-called late version of the mass production type was, we don't know at the moment. And not much is known about the D2 either.
Also, I'm being told by Tamaru, Kazuhito Kondo drew this. I do not remember what they did, but I'm assuming they're one of the people who designed a lot of stuff for Xeon then, or just Gundam in general. And Kindra mentioned, They treat the 1 year more as a setting than a linear story, so writers are not afraid of adding new lore, which include mobile suits. Yeah. And in front, why does it have a football helmet? Oh, yeah, no. Now that you mention it, I see it. There's been a few models that do that.
It was only capable of operating underground, and compared to the Gym Cannon 2, it had lower mobility, but significant advantages in other areas. These are presumably things like sensor radius, firepower, and armor.
It's nearly the same model, but this is flatter and wider, where this one is... It's shorter, it looks like, and definitely more projected. And the front vents are... what I'm assuming are vents are much larger here. It almost feels like this is aerodynamic in a way this one isn't, but they're probably the same thing. Huh.
One more unit then that you might be thinking about is the RGC-80 prototype Gym Cannon. But that is a development history for another time. Because this has been all for the development history of the gun cannon. A machine that is often overshadowed by its more powerful sister unit, the Gundam, but was nonetheless a very important unit for the Federation. Ooh, and fortunately, its legacy would continue on with machines like the gun cannon detector, the G cannon, etc.
Okay, that looks cool. But again, it's the entire giant fuck-off gun, so I'm kind of a fan of it regardless. That actually looks pretty cool, though. Yeah. So does this one, though.
These machines weren't developed directly from the gun cannon, but they certainly took design elements from it. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to leave a like, and stay tuned for the next episode when we have a look at the Gym Cannon.
Ooh. If I could press the button, apparently.
The first Federation machine that was somewhat mass-produced was the RX-77-2 gun cannon, but it had one big issue.
More guns?
Its price tag. One gun cannon cost as much as 4 Zaku's. So with the Federation desperately needing to push out more...
Yeah, I can see that being an issue. I didn't realize the Zaku was the cheap option. Huh.
More mobile suits to catch up to Zeon, it was clear that they needed a more cost-effective unit. For this, they turned to their first true mass production machine, the RGM-79 Gym. However, as with the first prototype of the gun cannon, the first prototype of the Gym Cannon was far from the success that it needed to be. Known as the prototype Gym Cannon Unit 1,
I'll be honest, I think I've seen this before. I thought it was a gun cannon that was just drawn really skinny for some reason. In hindsight, yeah, it makes sense, but it just looks like a sad gun cannon.
This was a little more than a standard...
Also, Duck. Oh, the Denobium that I already reacted with the face. Oh no, I remember the picture of it. They look crazy, man.
Issue Gym with a gun cannon's head and forearms, a new backpack that presumably stored the ammo, and a new pair of 360mm low recoil cannons. As you probably guessed, the Gym frame wasn't made...
That would be an IRL, actual physical toy copy of it that they used for a production shot. As much as I think it looks like a disappointing gun cannon in the animated sections, as far as physical models go, this is actually pretty cool. Like, unironically, I would not be disappointed with this. It kind of holds up in physical medium.
To deal with the heavy weaponry that was now mounted on its shoulders, resulting in some serious balance and stability issues, which also had a detrimental effect on its firing accuracy. So 5 days later, Unit 2 was rolled out in the hopes of dealing with those...
5 days? I'm sorry, their turnaround time on a mobile suit was 5 days. You know, considering how fast the entire production schedule of the 1 year war went, why not?
Issues. The legs were now up-armored, the skirt armor reinforced, and the shoulder-mounted cannons were now housed in a new enclosure. One final change then was that the backpack was now closer to that of the original gun cannon. While it still wasn't exactly what it should have been, it was...
Oh yeah, I think that's the difference here. This one looks like it has a lens, where this one looks like it's wearing a helmet over the lens. Yeah, you can see a bit of it, the style carried through, but that one, it's different because it has the extra features around here, giving it the crest that makes it just look cooler.
A big step in the right direction, and many of the changes made on this machine would be further refined and then carried over onto the final production version, the RGC-80 Gym Cannon. Other changes then for this...
it was going the other way around. It got dumber in the head. Personal design aesthetic, not actual utility. Just the design aesthetic doesn't quite do it for me.
Finalized Gym Cannon were that the gun cannon's arms and head were now reverted back to the standard Gym, albeit with the inclusion of extra antennas on the back of the head. Thanks to this, the Gym Cannon shared 60% of its parts with the regular Gym, ensuring that mass production was easy and that ample spare parts were available when...
And as much as it might sound like I'm talking shit saying it doesn't look as good, I will not down talk spare parts being a very important thing, because it doesn't matter how nice anything you have is, if it breaks and it's now dead in the water, yeah, you're fucked. It's kind of like the difference between a very high-end, ultra-fast spider car. If you know what I'm talking about, you know exactly how much I'm never going to even consider buying one of those because it cost more than my house by an inconsiderable amount. And when I say inconsiderable, I'm not saying that I can't consider it. I mean, I'm not going to because the number hurts. Yeah. It's like that versus a Honda. You could do nearly anything to a Honda, and you could probably find functional parts for it in a dumpster that are perfectly valid and good and would still work for another 100,000 miles. If the Spider gets a scratch, it's going to be there for life, unless you're willing to just custom buy a new frame. And at that price point, you might as well, because you'd need to buy a spare dozen cars for the extra parts. Oh, God. Yeah. Although I think it's still better off than some of the things I've heard for Volkswagen, where you just don't get them
grouped together with them. The backpack was also changed again, and finally the cannons went from 2 to 1 and were also slightly overhauled. It was reverted back to a 240mm caliber, the same as the gun cannon, and rather than storing the ammo inside the body or the backpack, it now used a magazine. Thanks to this, 2 spare magazines could be mounted.
Wait, they stored ammo in the backpack for some of them? Yeah, sure, why not? I guess it's a design choice more than a good or a bad thing. Also, Wave, you mentioned there are Hondas that quite call out, especially in space year 2026. I don't know why I felt compelled to say it that way, but I did. But yeah, I know. To give you an idea, I'm just going to pull up what a Spider car cost. It's Spider with a Y. Let's see, SP wide. Yeah. I'm having trouble finding it. Do I have the name of it wrong? A high-end sport car. Oh, no, never mind. It's exactly what I thought. To give you an idea, Honda's expensive. The cheap one here is $300,000. That costs more than my house, my student loans, and my car and my wife's car combined. Yeah.
It onto the back skirt for extra ammo capacity. While it was most commonly armed with the standard beam spray gun, it could also be equipped with other Federation weaponry like the 100mm machine gun or the hyper.
You know what? Suddenly I see why only having a single cannon makes sense. Because you can have the internal ammo and then just grab a bazooka on the side for the hell of it. And double shield, too. That kind of works. Like, unironically, I kind of like this loadout.
Bazooka. Also, unlike the gun cannon that it was based on, the gym cannons were more often seen with a shield. With the upcoming North American campaign then, 6 of these new GIM cannons were quickly produced to provide extra fire support, and despite their hasty deployment, they would quickly prove themselves in the field. Once the California base was recaptured, mass production began in earnest at the Jawborough base, and by the end of the war, 58 units are known to have existed.
58 total or only 58 survivors? Oh, no, apparently it was literally just total. Oh, shit. Also, Angel mentioned for internal ammo, you have to return to base to reload. Yeah, that would be an issue. On the other hand, were the deployments ever so long that that would be a thing? I mean, I'm assuming it eventually came to that through sheer attrition, but yeah. I mean, I don't think they were probably designed with that in mind. Although this might be me just thinking more in Battletech terms, where engagements are short, fast. When you're out of ammo, you fuck off anyways.
Aforementioned 6 that participated in the North American campaign, 19 units that participated in the African campaign, one of which being Lido Wolf's unit, the 9 units that were assigned to the Jawborough Defense Force, the 14 units that participated in Operation Star 1 as part of the Revel and Tianum fleets, one of them being assigned to the Immortal 4th theme, and then the at least 3 units that participated in the Australian recapture operation as part of the White Dingo team. This then leaves 7 units unaccounted for that could have been assigned either to Asia or to Australia alongside the White Dingo team. Another source I've seen though...
Oh, so much more inflated numbers. More is an overstatement here. Also, Tamari mentioned, Kakarot has a video on what mobile suit numbers mean. It's mostly UC, but he did try to add some of the alternate universes ones. Honestly, that, if it's not part of the playlist, I kind of want to check out regardless.
Has a slightly different explanation for the deployment of the 58 GIM cannons. 19 were assigned to the African front, 6 to the North American front, which would later be assigned to the Australian front, 9 were assigned to the Jawborough Defense Force, 14 to the Tianum fleet, and 10 to the Revel fleet. Which one you decide to go for, I'll leave up to you, but I prefer leaning towards the latter explanation because it accounts for all of the GIM cannons that were supposedly produced. By UC 0087 then, the GIM cannon was still in active service, albeit in a mostly defensive role. The surviving units had also...
Admittedly, in a defensive platform, if you have internally mounted ammo, you don't have to worry about being away from the base, so yeah, it's still a giant fuck-off cannon that is easily repositioned. And it has easy ammo refills because it's already at the refill depot. Yeah.
Also been upgraded with a new linear seat cockpit, and we're now using the then standard BOA BR S85C2 beam rifle, also better known as the GIM 2's beam rifle. Their performance was unfortunately what you'd expect.
Yeah. Zeta, man. Right through the hole. Am I the only one who thinks it's weird that a headshot does anything to old models? Because they've shown in newer shows, a headshot is just taking out the sensor unit, not the pilot. Because a lot of pilots were in the head in some of these, not in the chest. Yeah, and I think it's later Gundam series that changed that. I need to remember that part. Yeah. Also, King Dragon, the 1 year war production isn't out of reality when considering it's in war production mode. In World War II, the U.S. can make 49 Sherman tanks a day. Yeah, but in World War II, it was a tank and not, you know, I think the foot would be the same amount of mass as a tank. It's just the sheer scale of how much resources went into a single mech. It's kind of crazy when you realize that there are actual planes and shit. I'm not even sure planes would have as much metal on them as a single mech. I'm not even talking mobile stuff. I'm including like the mobile armors in here. They're kind of absurd in how big they are and how many resources are in every single one. But again, it's fiction, and this is one of those conceits you just don't look at too much, because then you start wondering, oh, where are they getting the resources? And then you think, but are there that many people? Did something just happen to the planet? What is going on right now that they have access to this many resources? And he's like, we should not think about this. Yeah. Also, according to Mobius, most UC cockpits are in the chest. Huh. And according to Duck, they lost prime sensors with a 360 cockpit. Those pilots are in the dark. Yeah. Okay, so apparently headshots didn't actually kill them. They just turned off the lights. Okay. Sure. Feels weird that they fall over, though, considering, just holding still should still work, but whatever. It looks cool regardless.
Back to the 1 Year War then, 5 or 6 gym cannons that participated in Operation Star 1 were upgraded to be better suitable for combat in space. The extra armor on the legs was no longer needed and was now instead replaced with extra thrusters similar to those of the Gym Sniper Custom. This made the newly christened RGC-ATS Gym Cannon Space Assault type a much faster and more accurate.
I swear the box art is some of the coolest things Gundam ever does. It just perfectly encapsulates what makes even some of the simpler models absolutely cool. And this is really cool. Like the design here, everything going on in the background, the random shots. I wonder if there's someone who just collects the boxes and poses them all just to create an entire landscape of whatever's going on.
Agile unit.
Probably
Similarly, the 240mm cannon was now replaced with a 360mm one because stability under gravity was no longer a concern. And to increase its firepower even more, all known units used the Balzac type 380mm rocket bazooka. Despite being amazing mobile suits.
Oh yeah, this one looks like they just, I think we saw this from different angles, but this one is basically just they put the bazooka on it. Admittedly, if this was actually just a bazooka holder, that would work. Yeah, that would work.
And despite being assigned to ace pilots, it is believed that none of these units survived the Battle of Abawaku. Although it is highly likely that this wasn't entirely their fault. While we don't know where the 2 or 3 units assigned to the 117th Squad were located, the 3 units assigned to the 142nd Squad were on the Airier, a Salamis-class cruiser that was tasked with defending General Revel's flagship, the Magellan-class Phoebe.
Solar Ray will fire in 8 seconds. 7, 6. I don't know what's going to happen. Giant weapons, maybe? They actually put the light. Oh, they put the freaking glasses on. Oh, God. Sovereign dog. No, goodness. Yep.
After the 1 Year War then, work began on a successor unit.
Admittedly, this is still a cool mech, man. I saw this as a toy. One of my stepbrothers had this before I knew what it was, and I still think it is unironically one of the coolest designs ever. Because the mech underneath it, cool, it's a Gundam, it's awesome. But then all of the armor on top of it just kind of works.
That would be the culmination of both the Gym Cannon and the Gun Cannon mass production type, along with some design elements of the extremely high-performance Alex Gundam. Yeah. This machine would be known as the RGC-83 Gym Cannon 2. And
unironically, I love this. Again, it's like the giant fuck-off armor with giant fuck-off cannons that has the design aesthetic that makes me look like a Zippo lighter over here. Maybe that's just me, but just seeing it from this angle, that's all I can think. It just looks cool, man.
Its success already began with the basic frame that it shared with the strongest gym of that time, the Gym Custom. To save time and money, many of the parts and even the production lines to produce these 2 units were the same. Then, thanks to its powerful reactor, the Gym Cannon 2 now sported 2 shoulder-mounted beam cannons, and it still had enough juice left to power handheld beam weaponry as well. That being said, it would most commonly be seen with the shell-firing 90mm Gym rifle. And in worst-case scenario, it also had a single beam saber mounted on its left arm and 60mm Vulcans mounted in its head. For defensive purposes then, it featured a development of the Alex Gundam's Chobham armor.
Yeah, I wonder if this comes off as well then. I mean, I guess it would make it easier to mass produce if it's just attached and you don't deal with it any after that. Or if it's still detachable so you could easily just replace pieces. Like, this is damaged, we got a new swap in. I mean, that is a good usage of armor right there. 1 second. Sorry, throat. Also, Raw, you mentioned this is like if the Venus laser actually worked during the Mars Civil War in Battletech. God, yeah. That's one of those things where I wish it had worked because it would be such a unique aspect to the entire system moving forward. They might actually have an alternate setting where it does.
But even though it retained its name, the Gym Cannon 2's Chobham armor was quite different. The most important difference being that on the Alex, the Chobham armor went over its frame and therefore could be purged if the situation called for it. On the Gym Cannon 2, however, the Chobham armor was its armor. While this did mean that it could no longer be purged, it also made it lighter while keeping the same defensive capabilities.
And admittedly, that right there is probably, if it wasn't for plot reasons, really, much of an improvement.
All of these features then came together to form an excellent fire support.
Also, I'm being told by Angel, Alex is the pronunciation of how Japanese speak the pronunciation of RX. So RX 782 would be Alex. Oh, okay.
Support unit that could kick ass well
RX?
into the UC-87s and even into the early UC-90s according to some sources. One thing we don't know though is exactly how many of these units were produced. Initially it was said that not much were due to two main reasons. The first one was the usual problem, the price, and then the second one was that it was made to operate alongside the Gym Custom. Another unit that had excellent performance, but was never mass-produced. On the flip side then, quite a few units have been spotted over the years that were operated by a variety of factions. This included the Titans, who used a development of the Gym Custom.
Is this one of those things where it was explicitly not very popular, but people keep using in their own versions of what happens in the timeline to the point where it's de facto made to be very custom, or not very custom, but very mass-produced, even if it was explicitly stated it wasn't? Because people liked the design, they just kept reusing it. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened.
The Gym Quell. And since we've already seen one Gym Cannon 2 working in tandem with Gym Quells, it's not a stretch to assume that they produced a few more of them to support their other Gym Quell squadrons. Later on then, they would also be seen with various anti-Federation groups like the Airier and Karanos, suggesting that enough were made to both survive and be maintained. And the Karanos version sure is a machine.
That is a pattern. I'm pretty sure this Gundam was, this mobile suit was immediately destroyed in wherever it was used, so that the people drawing this or animating this or doing anything involving this never had to do this pattern again. Like, this is like walking into a D&D game with a hyper complex character, and the DM starts by saying, okay, you die first. Yeah, like, even just looking at this right now is like, whoa, there is a lot going on there.
Worth having a closer look at. Originally named the Gym Cannon 2 Lucian Bent Use, it wasn't just meant as a medium-range combat unit, but due to a lack of machines, it also had to perform as a close combat unit. Because of this...
Also, people are saying, really likes pies, really... Yeah, they mentioned it's meant to hurt the eyes. They succeeded!
Single beam saber was replaced with a twin heat hawk setup, and it was painted in a dazzle camouflage in an attempt to confuse and disorient the enemy during high-speed combat.
I think it more disoriented and utterly depressed all of the designers in the entire thing. Can you imagine having to remember where each individual fold then lines up with the angles of the paint, but then sometimes the paint lines are not angled exactly with the rest of the mech? Also, if it's in space combat, who the fuck cares about visual eyesight normally? I think radar still worked, and that was a lot faster than anything you could see. Unless you were actually doing full-on movement, in which case you're just tracking movement and heat signatures. I think those were still working at the time. Although, I guess you just didn't ignore that because early on it's just like, rule of cool.
Additionally, its head sensor was strengthened, and it now used a custom long rifle.
I'm assuming this thing died right away.
So not only was this machine a better close combat machine than the original, but its mid to long range capabilities were also improved upon. And this machine would once again be overhauled with the help of Karaba. The biggest change was that the beam cannons were replaced with a mega particle cannon on the right and...
Okay, I love this thing unironically. One, it has nice things here, but also nice things here. I'm a simple man. I see giant fuck off cannon. I appreciate it. Yeah.
A sensor unit.
Oh, and Moby's mentioned Minovsky particles hindered radar as well. Yeah, I think I do remember that one, which is why they couldn't do radar or radio contact. Yeah, that makes sense. Minovsky particles, man.
Unit on the left.
Although even just visible sighting would have been possible with telescopes and heat signatures, because I don't think they got rid of that.
Configuration that was quite reminiscent of the old gun cannon 2, albeit slightly more powerful. Other upgrades were extra sensors on the shoulders and new powerful communication antennas on the head to aid in its role as a commander unit. Yeah. With all of these upgrades though, the machine was getting...
This is something I need to ask. I've seen in multiple models now, specifically in the UC, they have the football helmet style bar here. Why? Like, were they expecting that there's something very valuable right here and they're just adding a little bit of extra protection? Or is it something like just to anchor and then pull people up from to the cockpit? Or is it just a design aesthetic that they kept through because we can and it looks cool? Which admittedly is a very valid reason as far as I'm concerned.
Too heavy, so to remedy this, the leg armor was overhauled and trimmed down. This upgraded machine was then called the Gym Cannon 2 White Coral, and it was now also painted in a more traditional color scheme.
Yeah.
One final and lesser known Gym Cannon then was the Gym Command Cannon, piloted by Simona Phyllis of the Guinea Pig team. And rather than receiving a...
That is definitely a name. That is a name that inspires so much confidence. Tell me that these are all people who piss someone off without telling me it's a bunch of people who piss someone off ahead of them. Oh, God.
Full Gym Cannon, it almost looks like they just received the Gym Cannon specific parts and then they just found a way to graft them onto one of their gym commands that they had at their disposal. As a result, only one of these units is known to have existed.
Although admittedly, with how everything about the GM or the gym line kind of just had swappable spare parts, it's kind of weird that there's only one of these that just mixed and mashed and worked out.
And that is where the lineage of the Gym Cannon ends. But just as with the gun cannon line, its influence could be felt in many future Federation machines.
Cool,
machines such as the Jester Cannon, the G Cannon, and the Javelin Cannon. So let me know down below which one is your favorite fire support unit, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more similar content in the future.
Again, it ends with giant F-off cannons. I'm happy. Next up, we have the Dual Gundam. Why do I feel like this is going to seed, but I'm not entirely sure it's seed. Also, according to Tomaru, the guinea pig team is going to be important if you watch the Blue Destiny development video. Not yet. We probably will eventually, though.
Year 70 of the Cosmic Era. With tensions between the plans and the Earth Alliance at an all-time high, war became inevitable. Estimating that 3 mobile armors were the equal of 1 Zaft mobile suit, the Earth Alliance expected that with their overwhelming numbers, they could put a quick and decisive end to any conflict they had with Zaft. And so they decided to push their advantage and declared war on the plans. However, they would soon find out that they were sorely mistaken. Their original estimate of 3 mobile armors for every Zaft mobile suit had to be quickly adjusted to 5 mobile armors for a single Zaft machine.
That's it? Really? That's it, just from 3 to 5? I mean, I know that's a huge change, but if you know you have odds in your favor like that, and your first response isn't to take 100 to 1, I am very curious what you're doing. Granted, maybe that's just me thinking overwhelming firepower is the best way to maintain anything. Because like, okay, if we outnumber them 3 to 1, we have the advantage. So we should outnumber them 100 to 1 to make sure that it's utterly one-sided. That's not how you win a war. That's how you get someone to preemptively surrender. But I'm maybe not the person to ask, because that's just what I would think. I'm not the one doing this.
To make matters worse yet, due to the Alliance's...
Also, what mobile armor even is this? I know it's been brought up, I just don't remember it.
indiscriminate use of nuclear missiles,
Yeah.
Zaft High Command decided to drop N-jammers onto Earth.
Yeah, it's that little last part of nukes everywhere that you kind of don't get in Seed until much later on. But again, the initial part of Seed was, let's just ignore the entire part about how we don't want to reveal that the Earth factions are also evil until later. That's the thing about Seed. Everyone's an asshole. Oh, God, are they? And Federico, yeah, but Airier, logistics. Yes, counterpoint. The best thing you could do for logistics is to make sure that you get them all back because no one's dumb enough to start shooting. On the other hand, they use nukes everywhere. I don't think they care.
A strategy that would not only prevent them from using nukes, but also rendered their nuclear plans completely useless. This so-called April Fool's crisis caused an unprecedented energy crisis, resulting in an equally unprecedented famine.
Yeah. Can you imagine if a badly thought out war would lead to a energy crisis and have unintended consequences? It's so good this only happens in fiction.
Only the Earth Alliance's show of force had turned into a desperate struggle for survival instead. Fortunately for the Earth Alliance's warmongers, Rear Admiral Dwayne Halberton of the Atlantic Federation had foreseen this, and 1 year prior to this disaster had spearheaded the G project. The main goal of this top-secret operation was to develop 5 state-of-the-art mobile suits that could outperform those fielded by Zaft. These machines were hence nicknamed G-weapons. What the G stood for was never officially confirmed.
We know. Again, I'm pretty sure it's one of those they never actually had a reason until they thought it up later. Because this was an IRL decision to just not call them a Gundam, but it's a Gundam. But it was a Gundam. We all know what it is. It's kind of like if it's made by Bandai and it's a giant robot and there's not some wink and a nod in there, you know something's wrong. And this is actually a call for help. We should probably get the police involved. Someone should go over there and double check to make sure they're not being held hostage because something is wrong.
But the two main theories are that it either stands for Genesis or genocide. Whatever the case might be, the biggest hurdle to overcome for this project would be developing an OS that could allow for naturals to effectively pilot a mobile suit on the same level as a coordinator. This turned out to be a long and arduous task that wouldn't be solved until much later. Instead, to give their mobile suits a fighting chance, 2 brand new technologies were introduced. The first was miniaturized beam technology that gave each of the G-weapons the firepower of a battleship without the need for...
Admittedly, that last one is a much bigger thing. It's like, a coordinator has faster reaction time than anyone. Yeah, but also, fuck you, they're already dead from beam weapon. It's a good argument to make. It's like, yes, you're faster, but you're not as fast as the thing that just kills you. And then they stole it, so it kind of fucked everyone over.
For any bulky equipment. The second was phase shift armor, a special armor system that rendered...
Also, Federico, the reason for them being Gundam is so stupid because it's the operating system. Yep, I know. But the entire thing about it being like the G weapon. But we're not going to call it a Gundam. But it's the G weapon for Genesis or genocide. To save and start something new or destroy it all. But really, it's just the, we did the name drop. Let's not find a way to justify it. Admittedly, yeah, it's dumb, but it's kind of like the dumb you're just going to roll with.
To mobile suit impervious to physical attacks. Physical attacks like those of the main weapons used by Zaft's main mobile suit, the Jin. The system did suffer from some major drawbacks though.
Power.
When active, it constantly drained the battery, and it required even more energy when deflecting an enemy attack.
If only they had a way to cancel
on most of the G weapons, it drew energy from the same battery as their powerful beam weaponry. So once the phase shift armor was gone, so were most of their weapons. It wasn't an...
I do find this funny that the entire thing about having the power countdown as a way to build hype for how intense the battle is to give that extra bit of drama. And all I can think is, technically I know Gundam already did things like this, but so did Evangelion with the Cord. Yeah, which is funny to me. Not because Evangelion did it, and so did Gundam already, and they're just reusing the idea, but because they then later brought in the guy from Gundam to do a series. So it's like, oh yeah, come full circle on this one.
Ideal situation, but given the state of their OS, it was estimated that this would give them the best fighting chance. At first, work progressed slowly, but once the war broke out, the project started picking up speed. Wrecked Jins became available for analysis, and they brought Morgan Raid on board, the Orb Union's state-owned weapons manufacturer. While Orb was officially neutral,
can we all just point out that is, like, I talked about how the most unrealistic thing in UC is their absurd manufacturing capacity. The most absurd thing about all of Seed is that they could have a neutral party that everyone thought was neutral, but was hiring and was explicitly a weapons manufacturer. Yeah. Oh, man. That's like saying America was neutral prior to World War II starting out, even though there was definitely a few sides that were favored and sold arms to explicitly. Yeah, I'm just throwing it. History doesn't always repeat itself, but goddamn, does the fiction rhyme with it? And Rob, I'm going to pull up your comment. 1, thank you very much. 2, this crashed. Try that again. 5 months ago to Modern Evil. Thanks, man. That's awesome. And I'm pretty sure the numbers of MA to MS is times 4 or times 5. I'm assuming this is the times is the X, not a 4X. Plus, mobile armors were not usable on Earth, and Plant's warships had no equal and more vents. Oh yeah, I guess a lot of their stuff, because it was all space, would only be good in space. Not as blatant as the Corporation during the Clone Wars. Yeah, the Clone Wars, though, was that was less of a war and more of a Palpatine was having fun playing solitaire with himself. I know how that sounds. And the more you learn about it, yeah, it feels like it was his victory lap already.
They decided to pursue this partnership so that they could build mobile suits for themselves based on the technology they acquired from
strategic transfer of equipment to alternate locations, also known as STEAL. Oh, requisitions. There's someone out there who just lost it because I completely inaccurately used the phrase there. I'm just going to give him a second. Okay, it's been long enough.
This partnership. And with this, it wouldn't be long before the Earth Alliance had their own mobile suits. The first machine, the GAT-X101, never made it past the simulation stages and, as far as we know, never received a name either. But the second unit, the GAT-X102 Dual, was a success, and it would serve as a prototype for all other machines that followed it. First of all, it laid the foundations for the X100 frame, the same frame that would be used for machines like the Buster and the Strike, and even for the X200 frame, a variation of the X100 frame that was designed to incorporate special equipment. And second of all,
I'm assuming this just came up in one of the other suits, but I thought I'd recognize it when I saw it, but I don't recognize it. I'm assuming it probably came up in Astray then. Yeah. Or one of the other side franchises, maybe like Stargazer.
Its weapons layout would also be very influential for many Earth Alliance mobile suits to come. It had 2 head-mounted Eagle-Stellung guns, a feature seen in almost every subsequent Earth Alliance machine, 2 beam sabers, a standard that would be adopted by later Alliance mass production units, a 57mm high-energy beam rifle with underslung 175mm grenade launcher.
Oh, that actually was a grenade launcher. Okay. Also, I'm going to pull up your comment. 1, Raw, thank you very much. 2, more veterans, which increase the death ratio of mobile armors to mobile suits, as was initially 5-1, and I do mean 4-1 or 5-1 in numbers of mobile armors to mobile suits. Huh. So the mobile armors just basically had newer pilots then? Or are you saying the mobile armors had better pilots, but somehow were still outmatched? Which would actually be more crazy at that point, considering the early ones weren't the craziest. Still useful, though. And I'm being told it is Stargazer? Okay, got it.
That would influence the beam rifle of the later Strike Dagger, a 350mm rail bazooka, and a shield. Again, something that would become standard on Alliance machines. So while the Duel wasn't a particularly powerful or exceptional machine, it was perfect for what it needed to be. A well-rounded, high-performance mobile suit that would serve as a testbed for the Alliance. And it did so very well until the machine was stolen by Zaft. And they too thought that the Duel lacked power, so to upgrade it they took inspiration from the Jin Assault type. This was a Jin upgraded with extra armor and weapons known as...
Did I see this in the show? I'm just forgetting it? Because I feel like I'm just pulling a massive blank on this machine. I know people said it's Stargazer, and that would explain why I don't know it, but I feel like I've seen parts of it, some of the clips they're saying, but I'm just pulling so many blanks, it's making me double think that. Not just triple think, maybe even quadruple think. Quintuple think if you want.
As the Assault Shroud. It was a successful conversion, just not a widely adopted one, due to newer mobile suits like the Saigu hitting the scene at around the same time. With this in mind, a new set of Assault Shroud armor was developed for the Duel. Similarly to the...
Now I recognize it. They basically made it a GM cannon. Yeah, but they up-armored it as well. If there was any one mobile suit that was the most heavily inspired by everything else in UC, in the seat continuity, it's probably this one. And it does explain why I didn't recognize it, because without the armor, I did not recognize it.
Jin's Assault Shroud, it consisted of extra armor and extra weapons. These being a 115mm Shiva railgun and a 5-barreled 200mm missile pod. To offset the weight added by these and the armor, extra thrusters were mounted on the backpack and on the legs. This trade-off worked quite well in space, but not so much on the ground, where they significantly weighed the Duel down. Fortunately, most of its combat would take place in space, giving both the mobile suit and its pilot, Isaac Joule, a chance to shine.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I completely forgot about this guy. I don't even remember his face, but it's like, I know he's the guy who's supposed to be like the antagonist among the antagonists of the antagonist, but then also turned out to be, kind of be a cool guy by the end, but also still kind of an asshole, but he wasn't actually one of the final villains. He had a very much the, oh, you're still alive role. I completely forgot about him. Huh. Also, edits, you mentioned the Duel is the most bare-bone Gundam in Seed. Yep. It feels like this is their attempt to put a GM in here with the extra armor of the Alex, with the gun cannon attachments. It's like it's the homage to the UC more than anything else. And Wave mentioned Isaac was the leader of the whole team that stole the G weapons. Yeah. Oh, so I'm just going to pull this out right now. I'm really glad you added the air quotes in there, because now that I'm remembering a bit more of that, oh, those air quotes are doing a lot of work. Yeah. And Nicholas Jennings. Hey, Airier, is the pink-haired girl basically a long-lost Primarch of the Blood Ravens? You know, there's so much theft in this entire series. That is an entirely valid option. Oh my god. And Isaac is just Domon without close combat skills? Wouldn't that make Domon useless? Because I'm pretty sure Domon's entire thing was close. Oh, that's the joke. Oh, yeah. Mr. Scary Face. The only time he ever did anything. My god, he actually was useful.
The final issue then with the Assault Shroud,
I'm giving him shit, but I don't mind him.
Because it was simply bolted onto the armor of the Duel, it wasn't protected by the phase shift armor. As for what else Zaft did with the Dual Gundam, it's not a whole lot. Apart from upgrading it with the Assault Shroud, it had its data extracted, along with the other 3 stolen G weapons, so that it could be used in Zaft's own upcoming mobile suits.
Yep.
In fact, the only thing from the Dual Gundam that was directly further developed was the Zaft-made Shiva railgun, that then became the basis for the Freedom's Xifiel.
Oh yeah, I see it. Over the shoulder cannon side. Yeah, it's there.
Railguns. However, on the Alliance side, the Duel's legacy would last a little bit longer. Even though they lost the original, they didn't lose the ability to make more of them.
Oh.
While we can't say exactly how many were made, we do know of at least 2 other units. The first one came to be through a collaboration between the...
I don't remember these guys' faces. It's either from a game, a novelization, or parts of the anime that I just utterly forgot. But all I can think is we have Lex Luthor over here and the most depressed non-German ever. I mean, just look at this guy and tell me, I'm being told I'm not allowed to have French fries in my ice cream anymore. Oh, no. I don't know why this is where my mind goes with this. It has absolutely no reasonable explanation. Just, I look at this and I just think, depressed guy about something really stupid.
Earth Alliance.
Also being told it's from Stargazer? Yeah, that would be why I don't recognize it.
And various defense conglomerates, the main one being Action Industries. The goal of this Action project was...
Oh, also, in fairness, will we see the Sazabi today? I have no idea, because if I predict it, I'm going to be wrong.
To take the original G weapons and customize them for use by Phantom Pain Ace pilots. In the case of the Duel, this resulted in the Blue Duel, piloted by Moody Holcroft.
That's a name.
A close combat machine that was designed to operate in tandem.
I'm sorry. Their name is actually Moody. If the joke is not either they're a mad eye or they are the most utterly depressed person ever. Oh, I think I see the theme with Stargazer. Ah. Yeah, and according to edits, Stargazer is depressing. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see where this is going.
With 2 of its sister units, the Strike Noir and the Berde Buster. In short, the Blue Duel was a refined version of Zaft's Duel and Assault Shroud combo. Previously, the Earth Alliance had all...
It's dumb, but I actually really love the further up mounted shield. It kind of just makes more sense because a lot of them, they're mounted on here, but this one you can see it's still mounted there, but it swings a lot higher to defend much of the upper portion of the mech. Just kind of looks cool.
Already tried to replicate it with the Long Dagger and the Dual Dagger.
And I'm just going to pull this up because I think this does answer every question I have. Tomino's goal was giving characters the goofiest names possible. It was taken up by the Seed Riders. Yeah. Anyone inspired by Tomino, you know what you're getting.
2 mass production versions of the Duel that were mostly compromised of Strike Dagger parts, supplemented by some extra parts to make it look more like the Duel.
Second.
As part of this,
sorry, allergies are killing me today.
The Assault Shroud was also copied and ended up looking even bulkier than the original.
Oof. Not bad,
Functionally,
though.
it was almost the same, and the only big difference was the name, Fortestra. And for those...
I mean, I kind of wish they went with the other mechs in UC and they just incorporated directly into the armor. Because this just looks like it's a frame that's way too low. I mean, unless they were going with the idea that the frame is its own thing and the armor is all explicitly removable. Which, in its own right, isn't a bad idea if you can actually make the joints super durable. But it doesn't look like they did that. Also, would make a really fun toy kit.
Who want to know more about these units, I'll have a link on screen and down below to my Strike Dagger development history video. As for the Blue Duel then, they took a completely different approach. Rather than having the Assault Shroud or Fortestra as an add-on armor, they now made it the Duel's actual armor.
Yeah.
Not only did this significantly reduce the Blue Duel's weight, but it also made it so that it was covered by a variable phase shift armor.
Oh yeah, that thing I was just talking about where they just made it directly in. Looks like they agreed. They just actually did that.
The latter being an improvement of the regular phase shift armor that was more energy efficient.
Okay, I'm just going to pull this up because I think this is hilarious. Nicholas Jennings asking, what would happen if Homelander got stuck in seed from the beginning? I think the plants would love him until he did to them what he does to everyone. And then Earth would love him until he did to them what he does to everyone. Homelander is very much an out-of-context problem, where the only weird part here is everyone else is kind of the same level of horrible he is. And I don't really think that changes anything from Homelander's main canon, just because the only thing I know about his entire series is memes, and everyone is horrible. The Boys, I think it is, yeah. It's like, oh, these are really killing me, Dave. But yeah, it would be, honestly, he probably fit right in.
In addition to this,
Roar
the
guns
armor
are everyone.
was also strategically placed on the body so as not to hinder its range of movement, ensuring that the Blue Duel was both well armored and extremely agile in its role as a close combat unit. In terms of weaponry then, it again used refined versions of the aforementioned units. In its head, it now had 12.5mm Todesschreck and Seawiz guns rather than the 75mm Eagle-Stellung ones. The beam sabers were replaced with a newer version that was derived from those used by the Windam and the Daggerel, and then another weapon taken from those machines were the 3 stiletto rocket-propelled anti-armor penetrators that were stored in the left shoulder. In addition to functioning as a last resort dagger, they could also be thrown and exploded on impact.
They are admittedly such a stupid weapon, but they look so cool. But they're so stupid. It's like, yeah, Ninja Stars, go! This is the Ninja Gundam. Except it's not, and they're dumb. But just, it's unique, it's cool. And if you actually have the tiny model of it with the laser component on it, it looks pretty cool.
Most commonly, Moody would throw all 3 of them at once. Next up were 2 M7G2 retractable beam guns. Similarly to what happened with the Seawiz guns, they exchanged raw power for more shots and a higher rate of fire. This was especially useful for suppressing enemies during close-range encounters. Finally then, for heavier firepower, it had the Scorpion railgun that was mounted on its shoulder-mounted shield.
Oh, so there actually was something mounted on the shield as well. I wonder how long it just becomes the shield is not actually a shield, but a way to protect the fuck you cannon longer. I have no idea.
Combine all of this then with a power extender that offered the Blue Duel a longer operating time, and you've got a machine that you can play with for a very long time. The second and final duel variant that we know about.
Ah, shit, that actually looks cool. This is probably from Astray, isn't it?
Then is the Librarian Works' Reagan duel.
I'm sorry, this is the Librarian Gundam? Or is that the name of the pilot?
Another lighter and more streamlined interpretation of the original Duel and Assault Shroud combo. Yeah. And when it came to this machine, the armor was reduced even further than with the Blue Duel.
They literally just gave it a little on the chest, a little on the shoulders, and a little on the groin. No, actually, they explicitly missed the groin. It's just the hips. Huh.
Because they wanted to preserve as much weight as possible in order to make this machine faster and more agile. Something that was also helped by the new thrusters on its shoulders. The main focus of this redesign instead lay with the different weapons that it had at its disposal and the ability of its pilot, Kate Madigan, to make the most of them.
Nope, never mind, that wasn't the name of the pilot. Why was it called the Librarian? It's probably some group thing.
In fact, this is where the name...
Also, I'm being told Librarian Works was an evil organization of Astray. There's some really weird naming conventions going on. Okay. Also, Duck, remember to look at the Discord after the video? Oh, hell yeah, because you put up a bunch more of the models.
Of the machine came from. Regen is German for rain, an allusion to how this machine would make it rain blood on the battlefield. And with its varied weapons, it could do so at any range.
I've heard of edgelord, man, but really? We will make it rain blood on the battlefield. Yeah. We are the evil librarians. I'm being told that's not actually a joke. That's literally what's going on. I'm hearing it right now. He's saying this right now. I somehow am trying to think through this right now, but it just sounds so utterly ridiculous that I kind of like it because it's so stupid. It loops around to being funny, and I like that. It's so dumb, but it's so actually cool. Oh.
For long range, it relied on the Bazooka Striker Pack, a custom-made striker pack from the launcher striker, but instead of having the Agni, it now had a 350mm rail bazooka. This also meant that it was compatible with the other striker packs. When the battle moved to mid-range then, Kate would ditch his striker pack and switch to the 57mm high-energy rifle and the Rudra rail rifle, a handheld variant of the dual's Shiva railgun. And then when the battle became close and personal, he relied on his 2 beam sabers and 2 head-mounted Eagle Stellung Seawiz guns. One interesting adjustment to accommodate this tendency of ditching weapons was made to the ankle joint.
Oh?
They were strengthened in order to deal with the constantly changing weight that they were subjected to.
Oh, that's actually a cool detail. And you can actually see it represented really easily over here where there's extra, well, I'd say meat, but you know what I mean. There's extra metal and it looks almost like a compressor with all the, what looks like screws typed in or screwed into it. They're probably meant to represent actual suspension then. Huh. That's actually kind of cool considering the Strike didn't show anything like this, but had very much the same need. Neat detail. Yeah.
And that has been all for the development history of the Dual Gundam, the first mobile suit ever to be constructed by the Earth Alliance, and one whose design would influence their future mobile suits for years to come. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, and stay tuned for more similar videos in the future.
And next up we have the Hayaku Shiki development history. Specifically, is this the one I think it is? Oh yeah, this is the one I think it is. We're getting to definitely not Char's Gundam. Oh, man. I'm just going to pull up some of the comments, because I think there's some interesting things being said. So one, Nicholas asked, what Gundam series would be best for Imp to survive on? Iron-Blooded Orphans. Yeah, no one would notice. In fact, they might even have more business that way. Phantom Pain is the name of the Blue Cosmos group in Sea Destiny. Yep. Remember I had to go do something Metal Gear at least? Yeah. Golden Target. I love how the translation is just the exact same thing down here. Good on you, Gundam. Sorry, well, I said Gundam instead of YouTube. Also, Nico, 1. Wow, I discovered that Airier did my suggestion. Second time, the Among Us lore video. Yeah, I think that won a poll and we ended up just doing it. It was good. Hasn't come out yet, but we did it. Oh, you posted the kit? Nice! I'll check it out now. Duck, for anyone wondering, is doing a lot of Gundam stuff. Although I've been told explicitly by him earlier in this video that his honestly absurd collection is small because it's not in the thousands of models. Because apparently that is what a large collector counts as, and anyone short of that is a small collector. Can we all acknowledge how absurd that is? That is just... oh, yeah, inducing. All right. Oh, Duck posted. I'll pull this up. For anyone wanted the Denobium, the model here. Yeah. It looks so stupid, and I love every second of this. Again, when you upscale a mobile armor to incorporate a mobile suit into it or a Gundam, it immediately goes from this is dumb to and I stand by that right now. It's so dumb. Apparently it's only $80 on the one hand. On the other hand, might be really fun to build. Apparently Duck posted a bunch of his other ones. Ooh, no, this is from Corpton. I'm just going to pull this up because I can and they look cool. God, some of these models are cool. Oh, I think I remember. Yeah, Armor Core 4, 5, 6, 6. VI is 6. And here's Duck with the Ishiki. Honestly, this... Oh, are those clear components? Oh, oh. Oh, shit. That actually looks really... Yeah, no, they're silver, not clear. That's still really cool, though. This one holds up really well. Oh. Yeah, seriously, some of the Gundams, man, they're just absurd. Dragon, you've built one? Oh, nice. And yeah, oh, Dragon, by the time you see this, I'll have already seen it. They look really cool. Again, there's just so many cool things. Also, that should cool the camera down. Just hit the mic. Don't want to do that. And they're chrome painted according to Duck. Ah, got it. Oh, and go up more video? Ah, one sec. I can pull that up quickly. I wonder what else we had in here. Why is it not letting me pull this out anymore? That is weird. I don't like it. It's not letting me pull it out. That is the wrong one. Ah, here we go. In your previous post? Oh, you built it? Ah, let's go up a bit then. Dude, there's so many cool mechs. That one's not loading? That's the backlog he has, yeah. Dude. I don't even know what Duck is supposed to be because I can't see what that is, but... Oh god, I just realized that's hand-painted. There's so many cool mechs. And yeah, Duck was dropping his entire backlog of crazy... I love and hate this, and I can't tell which one more. Ooh. And Doctor is also posting his. The ghost of Axis descends upon the battle. What the Someone kit bashed the hell out of this, and it looks utterly terrifying. If there was ever someone doing a redo of the Devil Gundam, this would be how it starts. God damn. Ooh. And your Gunpla collection? I cannot speak today. Oh yeah, there's the Denobium. That is actually huge. Holy shit, man. Like, there's everything else, and some of those are pretty chunky, and then there's this thing. Oh, damn. Soul Calibur? Yeah. All right. We'll get back into this one, though, but that actually was just... That just made my day, man. I mean, to be fair, most of the videos so far have made my day, so it's been a pretty good day. Okay, camera's back in the right place, and it didn't move off course. Nice. T-Virus Gundam. Unironically, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that already. Although they did a really good job of it with the G Gundam, but sure, why not? They haven't redone that idea lately. Actually, there's a lot of spiritual successors for Wing, which is 00, and to a lesser extent, Iron-Blooded Orphans. There's a lot of spiritual successors to the UC, which is Seed, and almost any other Gundam out there. Hell, even bits of, G-Quux is explicitly to Seed. And you can see that a lot with the other ones, but I don't think there's ever been a real spiritual successor. I didn't think there was a spiritual successor for G Gundam, but technically Gundam Build might count because it's people competing. I guess that's too much of a stretch at that point. It would be fun. All right, let's check this out. This is going to be the Hyaku Shiki.
At some point before the Grips War began in earnest, Anaheim Electronics and the AU launched the Zeta project.
Yes.
Their goal, creating a high-performance transformable mobile suit and creating the next-generation mass-production mobile suit for use by the AUG in their fight against the Titans. The latter progressed smoothly, with the development of the Gamma Gundam resulting in the successful Rick Diaz, but the former didn't go quite as planned. The Delta...
That just looked so weird. Sorry, it's just like the regular Zeon head on what looks like a mobile suit body. But they kept the color schemes the same, which is probably why they did it, make it look odd.
Gundam surely looked like an amazing machine with its golden finish, but unfortunately the beauty was only skin deep.
Oh?
Plagued by a myriad of technical problems, the movable frame of the Delta simply did not have the strength to support its transformation, and no matter what they did, they just couldn't get it right. Because of this, the Delta Gundam only ever existed as a computer simulation. If only they had an online learning community with thousands of inspiring classes for just about...
Oh my... Yeah, Skillshare.
free. Unless you want to be like Anheim Electronics, who were forced to shelve the design of that amazing looking Delta Gundam.
Wait, is this the physical model? No, this is a 3D render. I was going to say, if it was actually full-on metal so it shone like that, okay, that would probably be really heavy, but also be really cool. Oh.
This would change when the AUG acquired the Gundam Mark IIs, and with it, the Titans' version of the movable frame. This version would soon prove to be superior to the one developed by Anaheim, and the Delta Gundam's design was once again dusted off. But instead of simply upgrading it with the new movable frame...
Yes. The definitely not Char finally got a Gundam. I do appreciate his restraint in not painting it all red. It's a bit too on the mask.
The mobile suit was instead redesigned as the Hyakushiki, a high-performance but non-trans...
Also, according to I Really Like Pies, Bandai does do electroplating. Oh. And Jennings, you asked, what Gundam would each of the characters from Hazbin Hotel? Honestly, that's a really tough one. I would not be able to say that on short notice.
Transformable mobile suit. In fact, its designer, a certain M. Nagano, was so confident in the capabilities of this machine that he believed that it would last 100 years.
I'm pretty sure that didn't hold up.
A confidence that was reflected in the name of the machine, Hyakushiki, or Type 100 in English. And while the machine wouldn't be able to last 100 years, it would nonetheless serve admirably throughout 2 wars. And for this, there are a number of reasons. First of all, the new movable frame technology gave the Hyakushiki incredible agility, something that was utilized to the max by its pilot Quattro Bagina.
And no one else, nothing Comet related at all. He's a completely different, unrelated person. Seriously, why is Char so absolutely loved? Like, I get that he, at least in the first series, is the Gundam Vader, essentially what people said, but... Nicholas, how long would V's last in Zeta? V's?
A man whose fighting style has been compared to that of the legendary Char Aznable.
Nah, who would ever say that? That's completely different. Like, one is obsessed with a certain color and has a high mobility style when they're piloting. The other has an obsession with a certain color, has a high mobility style and a certain way to pilot. And they both cover their faces with a mask or very thick glasses that wrap around. They're completely different people who just happen to be blonde hair, blue eyes, and, you know, maybe had a thing for fighting against Zeon and everyone else because everything was going on, and had a way to just knock down the protagonist every now and again, but also was eventually overshadowed by them. They're just completely different, but like, all the reason they just said they're not in any way similar.
Even to the point that some people believe that they are one and the same. The second big reason then was his...
I mean, it would be funny if it turned out it was just another Char clone and he actually was just a different person. That would be hilarious unironically.
Durability. Even though the Hyakushiki wasn't a super well-armored unit, the armor that it did have was treated with a special anti-beam reflective coating. something that was carried over from the Delta Gundam, and also the thing that gave both of them their distinctive golden shine. As the name indicated, this special coating added an extra layer of defense against beam.
You can almost say he likes gold. I'm not going to apologize for that one. If you get the reference, nice. If you don't, well, it's right up there with people who comment like, oh, wow, I remember watching your channel as a child. That's not even a call out to a specific person, because I have found at least 10 different comments saying that from different people. Don't mind me, I'm just going to go old in the corner.
Weapons, which by the time of the Grips War had become the norm for almost all mobile suits. However, just because it granted
those things
more protection didn't mean that it made the machine impervious.
Yeah, it's just a flesh wound.
The coating protects the Hyakushiki by ablation, so in the best case scenario, it would take a couple of hits before completely vanishing, and in the worst case scenario, a power...
As seen here, a powerful beam hit the shoulder, but rather than taking out the whole arm, only the shoulder armor was destroyed. I mean, literally like armor's kind of supposed to. IRL right now. Hell, that's even why some det packs are put on them, because they explode in advance to just blunt any incoming force. How well that works out depends on way many factors that I'm not even going to get into, but it is an actual concept. Also being told it was the characters Velvet, Vox, and Valentino. I have no idea their power levels because I haven't seen the second season. I might do that sometime after and just put it up for everyone, though.
Powerful beam could still get through, although significantly weakened.
Nice.
Or, in other words, it could turn a shot that would have caused major damage into minor damage. However, it also must be said that the real-life effect of this coating didn't quite match the expected results, which would probably also explain why it was eventually phased out. The other big reason then was of course the age-old problem of money. Applying and reapplying this coating was expensive.
Are we saying covering a machine in gold is expensive? Sorry, it's a coating that just happens to resemble gold and probably costs even more than actual gold. Real gold might have cost less. And yet somehow with all the material acquisition properties they have, probably not impossible. Also, I know exactly which scene this is, right at the end of the first... No, I think this is the second one where they went the giant death bundle. Nice.
Too expensive for the little bit of extra protection that it offered. And finally, its weapons were also very effective. It used the standard 60mm Vulcan guns, 2 beam sabers, the clay bazooka that was also used by the Rick Diaz, and the BFM-87 beam rifle that has become synonymous with the Hyakushiki. It combined raw power with portability, it had replaceable E-packs, and could even generate a beam blade from the barrel. Truly a jack of all trades. And when not in use, 2 clay bazookas or beam rifles could be stored on the Hyakushiki's backpack. On that thing were also 2 wing binders left over from the Delta Gundam's design, and even though it could no longer transform, they were still useful in the form of arm-back maneuvering, and therefore made the Hyakushiki more agile.
Oh. Huh. If only they had a pilot who really liked that. Nah, that'd be crazy.
If need be, the backpack could also be ejected, and...
This is such a weird image, because I know it's showing this in the background, but because there's nothing indicating the distance, it almost looks like the Gundam is about to attack the giant Shiki. Not the intention, but it is kind of how this image looks in its still frame.
If the situation called for it, could even be used as a makeshift projectile. Also, its weapons worked very well in conjunction with the Image Directive Encode system, also known as simply the IDE system. And even though you might not have heard the name before, I'm certain that you've seen it in action.
Oh? I'm finally able to welcome you home. Definitely not Char. Also, I'm being told, according to Sparta, the one piloted by Char is still a wreck in space. The one in the ZZ is a replica unit. Oh, okay. That would do it then. You shall accompany me.
The purpose it serves is scanning.
Ah, come on. I still feel like her character should have been... Something about it just always felt off with her characterization. I don't remember why. Mostly because it's been literally over a decade since I saw anything to do with her. But it felt like they were just trying really hard for someone to just hold up to the entire, well, we need someone to be worse level.
For enemies, which is particularly useful during sniping. It also contains dual eye cameras underneath. And because of this high performance, the Hyakushiki would also be used to test out experimental equipment like the Mega Bazooka launcher, an extremely powerful mega particle cannon that was superior in strength to many warship cannons. Because of this, the thing had its own built-in thermonuclear reactor, but additional mobile suits could be connected to the thing to speed up the exceedingly long recharge time between shots. The big and obvious downside to this giant weapon,
it did come with thrusters and verniers to somewhat alleviate this problem.
Was the fact that it bogged down the unit using it, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that it didn't become a staple for the agile Hyakushiki, and instead it was later deployed by more sniper-oriented machines.
A mech-sized sniper rifle with stand. Oh, I hope there's a model for that. That would be really cool.
With the success of the Hyakushiki then, it also shouldn't come as a surprise that Anaheim Electronics and the AUG quickly set out to make even more powerful versions and would also attempt to mass produce it. The first result of this would be the Hyakushiki Kai, a machine whose main focus was reducing the weight and increasing the thrust to create an even more agile machine.
But you can also see a lot more of the Xeon influence head up here because of the extremely wide feet tapering in and the elongated back of the head, which is something a lot of the Xeon models, like the Nightingale, really started to pick up more.
This was achieved by redesigning the armor and completely overhauling the backpack, and also adding more flexible wing binders and upgrading the thrusters. Their goal of creating a more agile machine was certainly a success thanks to this, but their goal of creating a lighter machine, not so much.
Oh,
now, this
much heavier?
was partially because the Kai had a larger fuel capacity, and partially because of their other goal.
What?
Making the Kai more powerful in the weapons department.
I don't know what's going on, but this is actually kind of hard to look at. Like, I don't even have HDR on my screen, but it's like legitimately just so bright orange that the white actually somehow looks duller than the yellows and oranges going into this. No, it's even just explicitly the yellow parts. It looks like it's just too bright.
It retained the former tried and true beam rifle, clay bazooka, and beam sabers, but it now also had arm-mounted multi-purpose launchers inspired by the Zeta Gundam, and just like it, these would most commonly be used as grenade launchers. The Vulcan guns were replaced by pulse laser guns, and 2 shoulder weapon hardpoints that could either house a beam Gatling or...
Again, Battletech fan. Just tell me you have shoulder-mounted hardpoints, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with this.
Or a beam gun each were added. Other upgrades then include upgraded sensors and overhauled inner...
Yeah, I still think I just like this one better as a sheer, straightforward design. This I know is supposed to be better and different, but the aesthetic looks like... It looks like the Nightingale, including with the backpack and the thrusters behind it. Yeah, you can definitely see that now that I'm looking at it. With the profile here, it looks like if you just painted this red, extend the skirt, make this a little poofier, it's very much on the way to becoming that. It is kind of cool how the design aesthetic does carry through and just becomes more exaggerated as time progresses. Even if it's starting to look more like a general mech here. It's definitely the flanges, or I guess the thrusters at the back.
Frame for better mass production, and modified leg suspension. Also, the thing now had a new head that seemed to be inspired by the aliens from Alien.
Really? That's what it was?
It is difficult to say how many Hyakushiki Kais were made, but it must have at least been a handful, since we do know of several units seeing active service, including one on board of the Londo Bell flagship Neo Argama in UC-0090, and also because of a number of variants that were also made. And one of the more impressive looking variants was the full armor Hyakushiki Kai, continuing the long-standing tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like where this is going. Just putting more armor on the robot. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the other tradition is add a psycho frame. That never goes wrong.
Of attempting to turn highly agile machines into fully armored gun carriers that then almost never get adopted. So, other than its new and cumbersome armor, the Hyakushiki Kai now had access to 4 2-tube missile launchers, 2 on the waist and 1 on each leg. To
be fair, the only way that any Gundam ever gets all the armor and guns is when they add a giant mobile armor backup to it. Every mobile suit gets better at that point. Yeah.
2 beam cannons on the backpack, a mega particle cannon in the chest, 2 beam sabers, 2 explosive bolts on the arms, which are basically mobile suit-sized brass knuckles, which are electrified, the normal Hyakushiki beam rifle, and the long Mega Buster beam rifle. So in terms of weaponry, this thing sure packed one hell of a punch. Unfortunately, the thrusters were hardly upgraded, resulting in a serious reduction of mobility.
And considering that's what every Gundam, every mobile suit, every battleship, every mobile armor is based on, if you're not mobile, you're kind of dead. Unless you're a side character who's just shooting from off range and you can just say, I survived because I wasn't in the fight. Yeah.
However, this wasn't actually given as the main reason for the full armor not being adopted. It was because at that moment, large transformable mobile suits were taking the center stage. So Anam Electronics decided that they wanted to focus more on that market. As with the original
I love the way he phrased that of, we want to focus on that market, because that sounds so much like if we went into the IRL development history of Gundams, it would literally be, okay, this is the kind of toy people are buying more of, so we're going to try and focus it on this one. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I also don't mind it because transforming Gundams are cool, man. Like, unironically, I'm the only one who's like, I love it when they're hyper complex and fiddly as hell. But when it works right, it just all slides together perfectly. And that's one thing Bandai does do really well. Their models fit really tight in ways that I'm looking at going, usually I have to shave them on and like actually pull up a file to make it do that. And they're just kind of work. It just works, man. I'm sure there's other models that are older or some that are just bad, but most of the ones I've used are just really well done immediately.
Hyakushiki Kai then, we don't exactly know how many were made, but we do know that it was made and that it did even see quite some action. Even as late as the UC0096s, when it was piloted by Martin Murtaugh against Xeon Remnants. And the same thing goes for the Hyakushiki Kai mass production type, an attempted mass production version of the Hyakushiki Kai. Although, it might actually be more...
Oh yeah, that doesn't have the antenna. Otherwise, it's almost 1-to-1 on this.
More accurate to call it a mass production version of the regular Hyakushiki, because only the head and the shoulders were taken from the Kai, with the rest...
Oh yeah, it's missing the backpack. That's the difference. It's because it's black on a black background. I kind of miss it at first.
As being Hyakushiki parts, at least visually speaking. The other 2 tweaks then to make it more suitable for mass production were 1, the removal of the wing binders, and 2, it only used 1 beam Gatling gun on the right shoulder. And with all of this, the design specs were met. The Hyakushiki Kai mass production type had excellent performance at a reduced cost. But sadly, the project was ultimately cancelled, meaning that, ironically enough, it's highly likely that the mass production version actually had less units produced than the regular version. The final Hyakushiki Kai variant then was the Hyakushiki Kai land combat version that was developed by Karaba.
Sorry, I'm looking at this and all I can think is something about the design aesthetic has significantly changed here. Like, I'm looking at this. Okay, I see what it is. So you see this design and then you move forward to this one. And you can see they just up-armored a lot of it, but since it's land-based, that might not be as much of an issue because they're not going to be doing as much mobility action as it is. So just putting on more thrusters, putting on more armor, adding it into the joints to cover them up. Maybe that's the difference here. And because there's just so much less gold, it is just a very big change.
Hyakushiki Kai land combat version that was developed by Karaba. With the ever more powerful units being deployed by the Titans, their mainstay Gym 2s and even Nemos had begun to struggle. So having been gifted the data of the Hyakushiki Kai, Karaba set to work completely overhauling it to fit with their needs as a high-performance ground pounder. It now featured water and dust-proof seals that even allowed it to function underwater for a short period of time. The backpack and leg thrusters were radically changed to emphasize stability during freefall and hovering, and finally, all of its weapons were completely changed. The head-mounted pulse laser guns were now changed.
Wait, all of the weapons were changed? Okay, so it wasn't just the outline of the silhouette then.
Changed back to the regular 60mm Vulcan guns. The beam sabers were now a different model and are located on the backpack.
Okay, this is going to sound really dumb, but I didn't realize beam sabers had models. I thought it was just, you have the beam saber and we kind of just knocked it out of the park immediately and everyone just kept using the same thing for everyone, other than some various size differentials, like the beam daggers for some variants, or just like over super ones like the beam laser swords. They're just giant fuck off piles of, okay, this is the size of an entire battleship. Now I will swing my arm and move it all. Yeah, I thought they just kind of solved it and just, that's the one weapon that never changed.
There's 2 grenades on the back skirt, the main handheld equipment is a beam rifle with underslung railgun, and the shoulder hardpoints are replaced with hardpoints on the backpack, which makes sense. Either house a triple missile launcher.
Although the backpack seems to tie in so much into the shoulders here, it almost is non-differentiation.
Launcher or a beam cannon. Also, unlike all other Hyakushikis, this one comes with a dedicated shield that is also fitted with a grenade launcher. And finally, its color is changed from the very striking gold to a more greenish hue to, of course, better fit in with the environment that this thing is meant to operate in.
It's a little gold, though.
Again, we don't know exactly how many units were made, but one of them is known to have been deployed in the defense of New York when Neo Zeon tried invading it in August of UC 0088.
Huh. I don't know why, but just I'm kind of surprised that Gundam would mention New York, because they just, unless I've just missed every mention of it, that's kind of one of those locations that just doesn't get brought up. Yeah, it's like, it's always in California is where they mention me. That's where Zeon was at. They don't really mention things. Like, a lot of Gundam locations just don't say some of the bigger cities. For reasons, maybe they're already destroyed, but they have places they really love, and they kind of just use them a lot.
And while those were all of the main Hyakushiki machines,
there's others?
There are still a few more units that we must have a look at.
Oh.
First and foremost, the Nemo high maneuver
That's one of them?
type.
Really?
A high mobility version of the Nemo that was essentially just a regular Nemo, but with the Hyakushiki's backpack and beam rifle, upgraded thrusters on the legs,
not really.
and a custom short-barreled bazooka for hit-and-run tactics. It is known that the unit was approved for battlefield testing, and that it also sortied at least once, but no further information is currently available. Next up is the Epsilon Gundam.
I think it's the giant, it's the down-sloping central point that is oversized compared to what a lot of others show, versus just how big those baffles are. Like, it's a weird design aesthetic, but I don't mind it. It looks really cool, but it just seems like these are usually shown to be much smaller in other Gundams, but then the skirt is absolutely tiny by comparison. It's like it's taking the design, it looks like they're doing an ST Gundam, then stretched out in a funhouse mirror to a full-size Gundam scale. Okay, that's what would do it. Yeah. Actually, if you just shorten the legs to right here, it already is an SD Gundam. Or super deformed.
Also known as the Epsi Gundam. Development of this machine started after the Rig Diaz, and the main feature was the possibility of installing a nuclear pulse propulsion system. this would allow for a much larger...
Just to clarify, nuclear pulse propulsion is something that is already IRL capable. So yeah, the thing is you usually have it on satellites that don't have people, and you have it mounted behind the actual instruments so that you're leaving it behind any waste products. Because if you're moving forward based on that, you're moving forward and out of the, I guess, contaminated area. There's more to it than that. There's levels of shielding, but nuclear propulsion is a way that does it on top of just nuclear generated power, which is slightly different. But yeah, there's a lot going on with that's a real thing. So good on them.
Range of operations compared
to... I should clarify, the big difference is nuclear propulsion versus nuclear powered propulsion. A nuclear propulsion is the blowing-y uppy is the thing moving you. Very explosive for obvious reasons.
Normal mobile suits.
Unless they're using it in the more just it's nuclear powered propulsion, which is what a lot of other Gundam series have done. Could go either way.
Another benefit of this propulsion system was that it emitted a strong magnetic field when active, which was essentially an anti-beam barrier. However, as with many things, this project was considered to be too expensive and the machine never made it past the planning stage. Instead, it is said that the design, minus the nuclear pulse propulsion system, was carried over to the Delta Gundam, and subsequently the Hyakushiki. And then the final unit is the Zero Shiki, a unit that would serve as a prototype for the Hyakushiki.
Do I need to say it? Wow, this Quattro Vagina guy really did get inspired by Char.
But only in the
Char.
Zeta Gundam Defined manga continuity, and therefore not in mainline canon. Something
Wink,
then
wink,
that might
nudge.
not be immediately obvious is that this machine was a development from the Rig Diaz. So we'll have a closer look at it when we finally get to that development history. And to make sure you don't miss it, why not subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. Also, let me know down below.
Alright. We got a bit more time so we can check out a bunch of things still. Actually, how much do we have? We got about another hour and a half before my camera overheats, so we should be good. And up next, we have the Zaku 2, the Heavy Gun, and the Zuda. Oh, and that means we'll be starting next Wednesday on the RX-78. Nice! Early types, though. I think we're going to do a pretty good job here. All according to Cake.
In the early days of the 1 Year War,
yeah, they really did like these external power cables, didn't they? They are very distinct, though.
Zeon's commander units were little more than standard Zaku 1s or Zaku 2s, but with a commander antenna superglued to their head. While this did give them better communication abilities and also increased their coolness by up to 3 times, it did little else. One of the more customized examples of this,
the gold filigree on everything, man. Oh, dude. I'm kind of... What's up with the green? Like, I'm kind of curious about it at the same time. Really? All the green? The gold? Yeah, sure. I'm in charge. But really, why the green? Also, and you wanted me to check out if Amuro somehow got his hand on the Strike Freedom, how it would affect the 1 Year War. I mean, considering it's a spiritual successor to exactly what he already got, it would probably work out exactly the same. Yeah, it's just power issues were kind of the thing. I think it's close. Oh, the Strike Freedom. Sorry, not the Strike. The Freedom, that would be very different because he would be immediately overwhelmed early on. If it was later in the war where I think he was a more competent pilot, oh, hell yeah. Early on, way too much. Like, I don't think he'd be capable of piloting it early on. Maybe when he knew what he was doing, but not early on. Yeah. Now, you want to really fuck with someone, give him a Gundam from Wing with the Zero system. Because the only thing crazier than a new type with a Psycho Frame is a new type who then has the Zero system fucking with them.
Was Dozle Zabi's custom Zaku 2 F-Type. On the outside, this thing stood out quite a bit from the regular F-Type.
Oh, now I see why the green is there. It's a more vibrant green than everyone else has, because they're kind of all green-coded as it is.
Had a golden trim, unique commander antennas, spikes on the hands, and twin shoulder spike shields that had 4 spikes instead of 3. On the inside though, the only difference was that the cockpit had been enlarged to fit Dozel's large frame. And even though Dozel wasn't supposed to take this machine out to the front lines, he would do so anyways, but usually under the guise of frontline inspections.
We're almost in the enemy sights, Your Excellency.
Oh, this is an actual game you played through. Okay, I did not know this was actually gameplay of him, or with him.
Careful.
I've come this far to observe the enemy. There's nothing to worry about if you were here. Ah!
Yeah, I'm sure nothing bad happened.
Being subtle never was Dozel's strong point.
Yeah.
It is often said that Dozel would also only use a custom-made large heat hawk to increase the morale of his troops during these outings, but there have been instances of him using standard Zaku weaponry too. The eventual fate of the Zaku also varies from source to source.
Oh?
According to some, it just...
Wait, is this one of those things where the ending of the guy is disputed because different sources have different animations or arts of it? Oh. Also, Duck, you do want the Dozel custom. It's such a good suit. Admittedly, if you get the coloration right and the more detailed the gold filigree is, I could see that being a very big standout.
Just sat in a Solomon hangar where it was then eventually destroyed during the famous Battle of Solomon, but according to others, the mobile suit went down fighting during the Federation's Operation Antares, one of the earlier attempts by the Federation to capture Solomon. But now back to the beginning of the war, where it wouldn't be long before high-performance, dedicated commander-type Zakus became a thing, some by design and some due to circumstances. The most famous commander unit is of course the Zaku 2 S-Type, a machine popularized by ace pilots like Char although this wasn't actually the first one.
It wasn't?
That honor goes to the Zaku 2 FS-Type, a machine whose most distinctive visual feature...
Garma Zabi. Of course it's a Zabi who does something. It's like the people who took over Zeon and made them the assholes they are would also throw around all the money to do it. It would be a very different show if the, like, redo a la G-Quux would have been, what would happen if instead of Char getting a Gundam, it was Char immediately just killed off the zombies and we moved from there. Very different Char, too, because him with resolved issues is a very weird character. Also, probably even more fucked up because I definitely get the impression he doesn't do well without having something to really fuck with his head. He was honestly the most stable and empathetic in Zeta, where he was being actively fucked with by everything.
Was without a doubt the 4 30mm Vulcan guns on its head, a feature that was quite a rarity in Zeon machines of the time. However...
Yeah, they should have followed with the rest of the Earth troops who put them on the feet instead for maximum war crimes.
Despite looking nice, they mainly served for suppression as they lacked a punch to do any real damage.
Yeah.
In addition to this, their ammo capacity was also rather small, allowing for only 10 seconds of continuous fire.
This might sound like it's not a lot, but I'm pretty sure most fighter jets IRL right now, I think it's only around that as it is. I don't think any go over a minute. But also, if you're in an aircraft, you're not using the machine guns to take down your enemies. It's more just tradition to have it, I think, at this point.
Overall, their effect and usefulness was less than expected, and might have even played a role as to why Zeon units typically lacked head-mounted Vulcan guns. However, the rest of this machine was significantly more deadly. Most FS types were hand-picked F-types that were customized to have better close combat performance, and also received a new backpack that would serve as an inspiration for the later S-type's backpack. Now, because the FS was developed in extremely small...
Yeah, that looks cool. It's like, it's as simple as you can get, but it's a very straightforward, very nice model. And all the decals on him, that does hold up. This From a distance, it would look fine.
Numbers, and was also given to high-ranking officers, it's difficult to say what the standard equipment for the FS type was, if it even had any to begin with. From the examples we have, it would seem that almost every FS type was customized specifically for its pilot. For example, Garmazabi's unit would have a very ornate heat hawk, Shin Matsunaga had a large heat hawk, and Eric Manfield's unit only had 2.
While this lowered the rate of fire, it freed up more space for ammo. I mean, if you're going to keep shooting more, yeah.
2 Vulcan guns instead of 4. These customizations and varying weapon loadouts could also explain why, according to some sources, the Vulcan guns were 40mm instead of 30.
They might just have more options.
It wouldn't surprise me if some aces requested the underperforming 30mm Vulcans to be upgunned to 40mm ones. And now, let's have a closer look at some of those custom units.
Oh.
The most famous one is without a doubt the green and orange one used by Zeon's Earth Attack Force Commander Garmazabi. It is sometimes listed as mostly a ceremonial unit, with Garma using his custom DOP instead, but it is also said that he used this Zaku during the first Earth drop operation. Whatever the case might be, because it was so rarely used, his Zaku would survive the war and was later even displayed at New York City's 10th anniversary exhibition of their liberation. Eric Manfield's Grey FS type then was a less fortunate machine. Due to being one of the earliest FS types around, it suffered frequent engine troubles, forcing Manfield to use a spare F-type instead. Because of this, he would move over to the Zaku 2 high mobility type, and
it just occurred to me, this is actually one of the IRL models that they're taking a picture of, not just hyper detailed 3D renders. Does look really good though. Oh, maybe it's just the extra shadow adding weight to the image that I normally wouldn't see if it was more flat lighting. But damn. Yeah, the Zaku's, man, they're a classic for a reason. Just
as soon as
I mean, it is
possible.
Master grade though, so that kind of makes sense.
The reason that his FS type only had 2 Vulcan guns was so that more space was available for the ammo. The highest performing FS type then was that of Shin Matsunaga,
oh, it's probably this character. Okay. Pouring out the
that
wine.
was significantly luckier than that of Mansfield.
Also being told Duck has the Garma Zaku too. Ooh. How detailed is it?
The unit had an excellent track record and would be upgraded on numerous occasions by Matsunaga to push the machine to its absolute limits. And then finally, we have Vish Donahue Zaku.
Oh?
One of the more customized FS types out there. It had 2 shoulder spike shields, a goof shield, and extra thrusters on the legs, combined with rocket boosters on the backpack for hit-and-run tactics. Now, despite us knowing about these units, it's important to keep in mind that the amount of combat they saw as a whole was still rather limited. Even to the point that earlier on, people were actively questioning whether or not these units saw any combat at all. Something that would not be a problem with Zeon's main commander machine, the MS-06S Zaku 2 commander type. With the F-type getting on in age and various Zeon Ace pilots having already pushed them.
This might just be me, but I didn't actually realize he was on screen for a second because it's just dark enough. I was like, what are we looking at? Oh, it's his custom unit. I actually recognized the gold, then I could fill out the rest of the outline in my head. Maybe it's just on my screen. It's just dark enough where I couldn't actually quite see what it was immediately.
Getting on in age and various Zeon Ace pilots having already pushed them and their FS types to their absolute limits, the Zeon top brass realized that they needed something more powerful. At the time, the high mobility R-type was also in development and was even being considered to fill this role. However,
Tristar's custom.
Since its inception, many upgrades had been made to the design.
TriStar, not Tristar. Yeah.
Making mass production a very costly affair. So instead, it was decided to make a more middle-of-the-road solution. A unit that would keep the spirit of the high mobility type, but was made within the confines
Really? I can't believe they bring in this random Duel Master card. There's probably someone out there who's absolute panic typing in utter rage for this. You're welcome. Obviously, I know it's a Magic the Gathering card.
Of the F-Type. And so the MS-06S was born. A unit with significantly higher performance while still sharing 80% of its parts with the F-Type and another 10% that could be substituted if need be. A true godsend for mechanics and pilots.
Johnny Raiden Custom F-Type just has the gold shoulders, and the Johnny Raiden Custom S-Type also the gold shoulders. Who is Johnny Raiden? Because I've heard him mentioned multiple times now. Is he like he's probably a side character from a manga or one of the series characters I just didn't recognize.
Alike. The biggest changes were a more powerful reactor, giving it 30% higher speeds.
Also, the cool effect. It's like, that's neat. That's neater. Just like a little more tied in. I just realized this is an image of the model, the physical toy model that had openings so you could see underneath the backpack. Oh, dude. That's the kind of detail I just absolutely adore.
Extra vernier thrusters, an improved mono eye sensor, improved actuators, and
Mobile
of
Suit
course
Victory
a
Ace
commander antenna.
Novels mostly.
Most units would use the standard MC114H antenna, but there were quite a few different ones available.
Damn.
There was the F12BZ type, better known as the stabilizer type, the G8HSD type, the MH8512 type, the A01B type, and the V12SP type, also better known as the Rabbit type. However, all of these performance upgrades didn't come without their drawbacks either, and there was a very good reason why these units were only handed out to ace pilots.
Why?
Compared to the regular...
Probably because they're overtuned and expensive by comparison, so the only way to get your money back is to give it to someone who's going to abuse the specific aspects of it more than anything else.
F-Type, the S-Type was much harder to control, even to such a degree that it was said that if a...
Also, I'm just going to point this out right here because I find this absolutely hilarious. According to YouTube, with the auto translation, they have translated Yu-Gi-Oh! With the the apostrophes from Yu-Gi-Oh! Without it. That's correct. They are translating Yu-Gi-Oh! Into Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically to separate the individual syllables. I find this hilarious. And Giant Ride is another Xeon ace that also uses a red color palette, and a lot of EFS soldiers confuse him with Char. And according to Duck, he doesn't like to be confused with Char. Yeah, that makes sense.
Regular pilot were to use an S-Type, his performance would be lower than if he were to use an F-Type. Another often cited downside is that compared to the F-Type, the S-Type had a much higher fuel consumption, due to the stronger reactor and also extra vernier thrusters.
So you're either right or you're stranded.
Fuel capacity was increased by 8%. This still meant a lower operating time if the pilot used the S-Type at full performance. And talking about the F-Types versus the S-Types,
Gabby Hazard?
Most sources will link the development of the S-Type to the F-Type, but there are also some that link it back to the C-Type. And one of my favorite books, the Master Archive MSV Ace Pilot Log, even links it all the way back to the A-Type.
Oh.
Based on Elliot Rem's feedback of the A-Type, a tentative plan was drawn up for the S-Type, which was then put on the back burner in favor of mass-producing the C-Types, and then again with the F-Types. Naturally, the specs for this proposed S-Type would then also evolve with each iteration.
I know we've seen multiple images of this so far, whereas the various space forces lined up where there's a centerpiece, something really close, and then a bunch of the same model in the background, just showing that there's an overwhelming firepower advantage. But damn, is this shot a great framing one to show you how big the stakes are. And as the series get newer, when they do these shots, they just get bigger and wider and more detailed with, I bit my tongue, ow. With more models, more of the mechs further back, but they're still drawn with detail. So you can see just how big and wide the space is with the one right up front. Even if it's blurred, it's the good setting of this is the one that's the normal size and everything else is further back and smaller, so you see the difference. Oh, it's so cool because it shows you the scale you're working on.
Eventually becoming the S-Type that we now all know and love. Another interesting proposal from the book then was that it was also possible that the S-types and FS-types were deployed earlier than we might think, but were labeled as F-types due to secrecy. One such example was Johnny Ryden. It is commonly said that after the Battle of Loom, he received a commander version of the F-type that he would then use until switching to the high mobility type R2. It is now also said that before switching to the R2, he also used an S-type, meaning that he didn't use the F-type all that long before secretly switching over to the visually very similar S-type. And since we're on...
Yeah, and honestly, if I wasn't told they were different, I would not have any idea that they were different. It is pretty cool, though. Also, Gordon Davis. Gabby was one of Zeon's top aces. Kakarot197 even has a list of Zeon best aces, and Gabby was on the list. Ooh. Also, Wave. The man is just such a Tamino-type character name. Gabby Hazard. Yeah, no, now you point it out. That definitely makes sense. Johnny Ryden. Did this come out before or after Metal Gear? Probably before, now that I think about it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Raiden from Metal Gear was inspired by this. Or the Storm God. We'll ignore that.
The topic of customizing the S-type, it seems that customizing them was largely limited to personalized color schemes and non-standard issue weapons, as opposed to some of the more elaborate custom Zakus we've seen previously in this video. A good example of this were the 3 S-types used by the Black Tri-Stars. Other than their trademark color scheme, they used an experimental double bazooka and the experimental M112 AC machine gun, a variant of the standard Zaku machine gun but with a heat bayonet. The only physical modification then was a container backpack that went over the regular backpack on Ortega's unit, and if need be, this could be ditched in mid-combat thanks to explosive bullets.
So I know this is the image of the Black Tri-Stars. I'm wondering if you get all 3 in the same box, considering they're all focused here, or just have to buy the same box 3 times to get them. That would be kind of... Nah, they probably have an individual box for each one's loadout, so you have the slight differences.
Other S-types would be mostly seen with the standard 120mm Zaku machine gun and 280mm Zaku bazooka. But that is not to say that this was the case for all of them. One of the more out there custom Zaku...
Yuri Kobel Custom. Because it's just slightly pink, or is that just the image itself?
Two commander types was the MS-06LE Zaku 2 Yuri Kerbel Custom.
Yes.
Because its pilot was left-handed, the spike armor was changed to the right shoulder, and to maximize its speed.
I thought at first they had just swapped the image to make it look different. I didn't realize, no. Oh, it actually has the words right down here as well. I can still read them, so yeah. They just have a left-handed Gundam. Why? Like, wouldn't it be easier? Oh, because it makes it different. Because this would probably interfere with the weapon, so they're just making it a little easier for the guy using it. Huh. Also, King Dragon mentioned, fun fact, Kakarot also has a list of the Federation aces, and Amura is the only second highest ranking. Who the hell is the highest? Or is it only the highest because technically he did fuck off at some points? And Doc mentioned there may be a set you forget. Oh, the Black Tri-Stars has a triple Dom set. Okay, so you're getting 3 mechs in a single one. I wonder how many people bought that and just, kit bash it to look like something they wanted because they got 3 for the price of one. Admittedly, probably a very expensive box.
The shield was altogether removed. And for anyone wondering about the color scheme, this was in honor of Zeon's strongest soccer club, of which the pilot, Yuri Kerbel, was a player. Another minor variant then was the pilot, Yuri Kerbel, of Zeon's strongest soccer club, of which the pilot, Yuri Kerbel, was a player.
I don't mind this detail. I think that's a really cool detail. I'm just kind of surprised they would add it to Zeon, since usually anything they do to flesh out the Zeon characters are, and this is how they committed war crimes at home. I mean, to be fair, I have seen videos of soccer fans after they win and after they lose. I'm not sure which one I was watching. Never mind. It kind of makes my first point stand correct. It's just war crimes at home.
Another minor variant then was the MS-06S Reconnaissance Zaku 2.
Very dark painted.
The only difference between this unit and the regular S-Type was that it was given a low visibility black paint
that's
job
intentional.
to make it harder to spot in space.
Oh, I thought initially he was just blurring it out because it made the, like, just a bad image, but no, that's actually what it looks like.
Which would be very useful for its job. These units would be used during the closing stages of the one-year war to monitor Federation fleets and their movements.
Unironically, that's not actually a bad idea. If you can go low power, turn off the lights, and just have passive sensors, a black paint job is an unironically really good way to stay hidden, because the best way for people to find you is reflected light, especially with radar and radio waves being fucked with Minovsky particles. If you're in an area where they don't expect it, yeah, or an area where there was already a lot of contamination and maybe just a bunch were already set up, this is not a bad way to do it. IRL, it's not a bad way to hide things, because if you can't use radar because it's just unfeasible, if you can't use a lot of the bigger test patterns or sensor types that do exist already, just painting something black and putting it into a low energy state that might not draw attention, the only other way to find it would be visual confirmation when it passes in front of a star. And if you're not looking and you're not able to find it right away, that's a really good way to hide something. It's unfortunately one of the reasons that we're actively on the lookout for asteroids right now that might hit the planet. And, you know, some of them get really close before we find them because they're not really easy to see and they're not giving off light. They're not giving off electromagnetic frequencies that much. And unless they're reflected or burning up into something to put a plume behind it, they're hard to see. There's a reason that a lot of those... Oh, by the way, there's this asteroid, but it'll definitely miss us. We found it 2 days ago. It'll be by us in 3 days. The timing can be really tight on a few of them. I think the most recent was the asteroid Apophis. It was really close to the planet, but it was safe. But it was really close. We only found it at the last moment. Well, not the last moment, but enough. There's been a lot, man. So this is not a dumb idea in the slightest.
Something that was very risky, but also very important. And finally, an honorable mention goes to the MS-06 Shaku, Zaku 2 Shaku Yumiko Custom.
What?
A machine that is 3 times cuter than a regular Zaku.
They just... What? This is an IRL joke, isn't it? Okay. And you see all the guys with the blushy face, and the girl is just like, men. Oh, God.
Modifications include see-through armor parts, a heart-shaped backpack that also produces a heart-shaped...
Oh, shit, yeah, you can actually see see-through armor right here. And the components as well. They actually drew that in. That's... Oh, so that's not open. That's just seeing right into the internals. I'm not going to lie. IRL, if there was a mech that just had see-through armor and then they put the detail in there, oh, that would be really cool, man. Oh.
Thrust, a love fusion reactor, and a love machine gun. Yeah, I
don't see anything wrong with this. I mean, if you shoot me with all the love, I would definitely have my heart just beating really hard. Or a little over there, a little over there, a little some there. It's all over the place, you could say. It's like when you name your firearms Love and Peace. How are you going to solve that problem? Love and Peace. Oh my God.
I think this is the perfect unit to end this video with. If you enjoyed it,
literally
be
just
sure
a single
to leave a
page
like
for that one?
And subscribe for more similar content.
Oh my God. All right. Let's see. Oh, how long is this one? How long is the next one? This might end up being the last one for the night because the Zuda might push us over the limit where my camera will stop working. It's not too bad right now, but it's on the warmer side. We should be fine to finish this. At worst, we go a little longer because we're at the 4-hour mark right now. The camera usually shuts down at the 5-hour mark. That said, hey, we get to check out some really cool things. The heavy gun development history. Wait, not Gundam. Heavy gun. Like, are we doing an individual weapon system, not just the mobile suit? This will be cool. Let's jump into this.
After decades of war, the Earth sphere finally enjoyed a relatively peaceful time in the early UC 100s. This would also lead to a reversal in mobile suit design philosophy.
Oh?
Rather than continuing the trend of ever more bigger and more powerful machines, the Federation instead opted to invest in so-called miniaturized mobile suits.
I know nothing about this time frame, by the way, so this is all stuff I have no idea on. And I see F91 up in the corner. That's why I know of it. I've never seen anything for it, though.
In part thanks to more advanced technology, mobile suits could now be made smaller.
If I saw this as a kid, I would utterly become devoted to Gundam because of how cool this is. One of the reasons I loved Star Wars growing up is because I found a book with cutouts of all of the different spaceships and space platforms, showing an artist rendition of what every single bit down would look like layer by layer. This is utterly just robot porn for me, and I love every second of it. Oh, look at those. There's so much extraneous detail. It's so cool.
Without sacrificing performance. A move that not only granted them more mobility, but also made them significantly cheaper to produce.
Ooh.
This move was spearheaded by the Federation's new Strategic Naval Research Institute, or SINRI for short.
Oh, that's how they do it.
As such, they would create the first miniaturized mobile suit ever.
Oh, also, and what would Amuro do if he got the unicorn? Destroy everything. Yeah, the unicorn is one of those, if you use it well, you're using it wrong. If you use it right, you're using it wrong, because it can fuck you up. Depends if you can unlock it or not.
The D-50C Loto, a special operations transformable mobile suit that stood at only 12.2 meters
also a tank.
tall, thanks to its miniaturized reactor.
Yeah.
And while the Loto wasn't
I think we saw a bit of this earlier as a design philosophy.
adopted, it did give SINRI valuable data for their future mobile suits. And you know who can give you valuable information for the
Ad. Oh, Skillshare again. Hey, good on him for getting it.
But now, back to the video. Even though the Loto was the first miniaturized mobile suit, it wouldn't be the first mass-produced miniaturized mobile suit.
Oh?
And in fact, it wasn't even SINRI that produced it. This honor would instead go to Anaheim Electronics' RGM-109 Heavy Gun.
You know what? I've actually seen this. For some reason, though, I always thought this was from the Politburo franchise. It's something about the head. I see the Gundam aspect now that I'm looking for it, but just the glasses style visor made me think that instead. More you know.
Gun. How successful it was, though, depends on the source. On the one hand, the unit proved to be very popular with pilots, and it also managed to perform admirably during the conflicts with Mars Zeon and later the Crossbone Vanguard. So, as a proof of concept, the heavy gun definitely seemed to achieve what it needed to, and it would also begin to quickly replace the Federation's aging J-guns.
So here's the thing. I don't know anything about the Crossbones side. I don't know F91. I don't know Victory. Anything after the 1 Year War, I kind of have no knowledge of. First, like during the 1 Year War, during what's happening in the era where Amuro is active, during the Zeta timelines, I kind of know what's going on. This, nope, I got nothing. There's literally no knowledge I have of this, and what I have been told is so confused to me as to be almost practically useless. Everything they're talking about right now, I'm completely going in blind on.
A line that, despite not being a direct successor, did heavily influence the design of the heavy gun, including even a reactor of the same type, but then built into the smaller frame of the.
That said, if this is a movie which people are mentioning, it kind of looks really good. Like, the animation style is classic in a way that I think ages pretty well so far from what I'm seeing.
Heavy gun. Its weapons then were also very similar to those of the J-gun. It came with a pair of head-mounted Vulcans, 2 quadruple grenade racks, and
quadruple. Oh, it folds out for extra fuck you. Oh, God.
instead of a single triple one, 2 beam sabers, a beam rifle, and a shield. However,
also I'm being told by Anne, the Unicorn Gundam's NTD mode scared the shit out of you. To be fair, anyone who knows what the Unicorn actually can do, it should scare the shit out of. The actual conception of it is absolutely what the fuck inducing.
This shield wasn't ideal. It was simply a slab of
also, I've seen the James gun due to Hobby Clubhouse. Probably duck. That makes sense.
Metal treated with anti-beam coating, which meant that it severely lacked defensive power when compared to contemporary Crossbow and Vanguard machines who use beam shields, and it also lacked offensive power when compared to the shields used by the old J-guns. What the unit did excel at was mobility and maneuverability.
Not bad.
But despite its performance and popularity,
is someone basically trying to do a Destructo disc, but with actual spikes on it? Oh, they were doing a mech shuriken. That's what that was supposed to be.
Heavy gun didn't meet the expectations of the Federation. This then caused the Federation Parliament to approve Sinri's request to begin developing mobile suits in-house again, triggering an arms race between Sinri and Anaheim Electronics. The first time that Anaheim's mobile suit monopoly was challenged, and they were apparently caught completely by surprise. While their
I've said a lot of things about how there's such utterly unrealistic things about the development here. What they just said sounds unironically incredibly believable. A company with an utter monopoly on a specific product being surprised when someone else does something is like, wait, what the fuck? That's just how most business actually goes. As soon as you have a monopoly, usually you maintain that by buying out anyone who could subject you to not being the monopoly, and then you're surprised when you don't buy someone and they somehow eat your lunch. I'm not going to explain that last that last phrase because it would make me hungry. I want to avoid that.
As a 120 was far from a bad design, it was completely outclassed by Sinri's new Formula series, of which the F90 was the flagship. In fact, they were so soundly defeated that not even their usual dirty political manipulation could land them a contract for the Federation's next generation machine. Instead, they had
Anaheim Electronics, also known as the Why Are We Still Around group. You could say that for almost anything in Gundam, though, specifically in UC. Also, weapon Spanish dub F91 was peak. I have never seen anything about it, so I would like to check it out. Also, Wave, something Cam Sandwich. Remind me, I need to check out more of his stuff. It's been a while.
To settle for an agreement that they could at least produce Sinri's mobile suits. Although, it is commonly said that this move was mostly done because Sinri themselves lacked the proper mobile suit production facilities. So really, the Federation was killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Sinri could actually produce their new toys, and Anaheim was kept.
Also, I just realized in the art, a lot of them just had X's for the face because it's such background detail. Just giving the impression of eyes and a nose is all they need to do. These kind of animation techniques still go on now because if you're not focusing on it, they don't add as much detail because they don't need to. But it's really fun when you actually focus on it. It's like, oh, yeah, Mr. X-Face. Humans have changed, man.
Stone. Sinri could actually produce their new toys, and Anaheim was kept happy just in case they would still be needed in the future. And while the Formula series as a whole is too broad to be covered in this video, the relevant machine that came out of it for this video was the F-71G cannon, a mass-produced artillery mobile suit that I believe most people will remember as that one mobile suit that provided backup for the heavy gun. However, while this was the role that it was mostly seen in, considering it as purely a support unit wouldn't be giving enough credit to the G cannon. The unit was a mass-produced version of the F-70 Cannon Gundam and was actually...
Wait, they had an actual Cannon Gundam? Oh, I guess gun cannon being upgraded to full Gundam makes sense, but okay.
Able to outperform the heavy gun in all categories.
Damn.
In its standard configuration, it had more weapons and was better suited for suppressing rebellions. That being the Federation's...
Also known as war crimes. I know, that's shocking at this point.
...main concern at that time. and by removing those giant machine cannons on the back, the G cannon was instantly transformed into a high-performance close combat mobile suit. So even in its intended role...
Oh yeah, you can see the transformation aspect. It's now just a tank instead. Kind of works.
The heavy gun was being outperformed by what mostly looked like an artillery machine. All of that being said, though, it would seem that the heavy gun still made up the bulk of the Federation's forces before being phased out itself by the James gun. Another one...
I'm sorry, that's... Oh my... That's... Really? That's actually what they called it. The James gun. Oh, please tell me that they're in development with this guy to do a movie involving this specific time frame. That would be hilarious. The James Gunn Gundam movie by James Gunn, starring James Gunn, with the first actor, James Gunn, and the James Gunn Gundam. It'll be James Gunned all the way. My wife is in the other room judging me for that, and I completely deserve it.
One of Anaheim's designs. This would then cause a large number of heavy guns to enter the civilian market, including local militia.
Tell me you're the bad guy without telling me you're the bad guy. Looks like someone is about to commit war crimes.
The most well-known of these being the RGM-109M5 heavy gun, a stripped-down heavy gun that was used by the militia forces of the Macedonia colony.
Seriously, am I the one just looking at this and going, Polteboro? Like, I'm even going to pull up an image of it right now because there's no way I'm the only person seeing this. Let's see. Okay, right here. Polteboro. Sorry, not Polteboro. Yeah. It'd be nice if I could actually pull this over. Here we go. See what I mean? Like, the art style is so incredibly reminiscent of it. If it is not an inspiration... Is it also by Bandai? Maybe. I haven't even seen this franchise, and even I know that this is so incredibly distinct. You just add the sirens on the corner. I'm just going like, yeah. Or is this one of those like unseen things from Battletech where it is so incredibly common? You don't ask if the same person designed both and basically just reuse the design. Actually, I think I have the answer right there.
The unit was slightly smaller, had less verniers, and also lacked Vulcan guns and hip-mounted grenades. On the bright side, because of these changes, the M5 was lighter than the base unit, and as a whole, the M5 also had a higher performance, thanks to that lighter weight, upgraded main thrusters, and also a more powerful reactor. As its main weapon then, it now used a simplified version of the regular heavy...
Also Spartan, you thought it was pronounced Patlibor? Entirely possible, mostly because I fuck up words. So if I'm saying it a certain way, assume I'm wrong.
Heavy guns beam rifle. Unfortunately, these M5s
Camphor looks more similar. Honestly, yeah, I can see that too.
Inadequate on the battlefield of the UC-150s.
I'm sorry. This is that a... Is that a Gundam riding inside of a uniwheel? Are they playing a card game on motorcycles? I know... Wait, does that mean card games on motorcycles was a Gundam reference? You know what? I'm not even sure I'm making a joke about that. I might actually be correct. That is a weird feeling. Huh.
By this time, the machine that had replaced the heavy gun was...
This looks like a toy. Unironically, this looks like a toy line. They all kind of do, actually. Granted, that's probably because they were made for toy lines.
Already replaced itself. So, even though this thing was upgraded, it was still 2 generations behind. These M5s never stood a...
Also being told in the chat by Federico, yes. I'm going to take his word on this one.
Chance. But because that's all some militias could get their hands on, it shouldn't come as a surprise that variants of this flying coffin existed.
Flying
One
coffin?
such unit being the Heavy Gun Texas specification, which was
Texas specification. Is it just a giant fucking gun? Oh, isn't there a giant revolver just for the absolute sheer joke of it? No. That kind of over-the-top stereotype would probably be more a G Gundam franchise. I'm not sure if they did side media.
essentially the M5, but with a different chest grille and a machine cannon bolted onto the left shoulder.
Also, I'm being told... Actually, I'm just going to pull this comment because it does answer some questions. So, yeah, Zanscare Wheel Ship was a joke on Tomado's part, and Bandai wanting to cash in on Battleship Yamato. I don't know nearly enough about Battleship Yamato to say anything about it, but that's kind of awesome. The spirit of Duker ICC lives on. Victory MS designs got weird, especially considering most of them were made out of spite. To be fair, I have no idea what they're like, and a lot of decisions made out of spite come around to be very memorable, usually for reasons you're not okay with by the end, but everyone else is. Also, hey, Pylo sub. I came back just in time for the only Gundam products you have actually seen. Nice. It's a flying coffin because it's 3 generations out of date. That would do it. It's like using a biplane versus a jet. Unironically, there is an actual reason to do so. A biplane is really good for just not being detected. It's not good. It's not strong. You can't do things. But a jet is in and gone so fast that it needs to actually look around. Yeah. There's a use for it. Most of the use, though, is distraction. Because someone's going to be wondering, like, is that a fucking biplane? And then they're going to then ignore everyone else fucking around. That's more on the ground. And can you imagine the entire thing of, command, can you clarify? You want me to use this $1 million missile on a biplane? You serious about this? We could just, like, wait 5 minutes for its power to run out. Or, like, the prop to stop working. Yeah. Also, hey, do I think the OVA Unicorn Gundam is alive? Because these machines are the closest thing you'll ever get to a god. It can manipulate reality. I think the unicorn is probably something they're eventually going to bring back. Not because the unicorn is alive, but because, like you said, it can do whatever the fuck it wants. And if they want to reboot the entire setting and tie it into G-Quux and say this is why things are fucked up, and they're just doing a full-on reboot of the franchise, you could just say Unicorn did it, and that is a perfectly valid option, which isn't what technically happened in G-Quux, but damn, did it feel like it. Yeah.
At least it could shoot a bit more before it got inevitably destroyed. But let's try to end this video on a high note, with the most powerful variant of the heavy gun, the heavy gun full equipment type.
Okay, I know I shouldn't, but... Oh, it has missiles on rocket, on missiles on bazooka, on more missiles and all the thrusters, and then more missiles and... Oh, SRM spam, my beloved. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Also, I'm going to just pull up this comment because it does actually bring up what we were just talking about. According to WAN, biplanes were used by North Vietnamese to attack a CIA outpost on top of a mountain during the Vietnam War. The raiders couldn't detect the biplanes. Yeah, they were probably small and low to the ground without any metal to really be reflective. That makes sense. And Duker Ick was a pilot in Victory that favored motorcycles and wheeled warfare. It's so funny that a banana is farther of a Gundam. A banana is the father of a Gundam that is a god. Those are words. I have no idea the context.
With the heavy gun only
this should be called the Texas Gundam, not gonna lie.
Featuring a basic weapons layout, it was decided that this close to mid-range focused mobile suit simply
okay. Robo shurikens everywhere. Got it.
needed more weapons to fix all of its problems.
I mean, it does usually solve a lot of them.
So, in addition to its...
Then it's not so much a matter of, you know, I don't have enough enemies. It's more, I need to find more enemies.
standard weapons, The full equipment type could also be equipped with the following equipment. A missile pod on the right shoulder that carried 9 ground-to-ground missiles, 2 quadruple machine cannons inspired by those of the G cannon.
Also, I'm being told the banana comment was a joke about Banagher Lynx. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The name joke, yeah.
And on the left shoulder, they fired armor-piercing, fin-stabilized discarding sabot rounds and were colloquially known as the twin machine cannons, a double-barreled machine gun that could be mounted on the right arm, although there are conflicting reports on whether these were beam cannons or grenade launchers. But it is of course possible that both types existed. And the same goes for the double-barreled gun on the left arm. While there is no doubt that this thing could also serve as a shield, some sources list
this was only drawn a handful of times and never animated, wasn't it? Because this does look really cool.
It as a double beam cannon, whereas
I'm being told the shurikens were also mass murder weapons that exploded. Automated murder drones. They cut everything up and then exploded. Got it. So basically drones with spikes. Yeah, that kind of works actually.
Others listed as a twin railgun. Again, it is possible that both versions existed and that they simply looked the same on the surface so that production costs could be saved. And then finally, a weapon with the power to sink a battleship that could be mounted on the backskirt. And as you've probably guessed by my vague description, we are again not entirely sure of what it was. It's either a short beam launcher, a bazooka, or as I look at it, 2 different weapons that simply look the same.
Oh, are they talking the thing on the mounted on the back, or is it actually this thing mounted on the back? Because I would take this more as the shoulder. Honestly, I just assume it's a standard bazooka. And let's take out battleships. You saw a lot of them taking out battleships.
Whatever the case might be, the weapon only had limited ammo.
Probably not animated, though.
While slapping extra weapons onto a mobile suit is all fine and dandy, there were 2 limiting factors to this configuration.
I'm assuming it's mobility and power requirements. This seems to be the usual way.
First of all, the thrusters remained the same.
Yeah,
meaning
mobility.
That if everything were to be equipped, the machine would suffer a devastating loss of mobility, something that would have been unacceptable on the battlefield of that time. Remember, it was all about being mobile. And second of all, the reactor remained the same, meaning that not only would its mobility suffer.
Yeah, again, long range? Oh, the Daka! Up close where apparently it's going to be. Maybe not the best choice.
But also its operating time. Now, this could potentially also explain why some weapons are listed as a beam version in one source, but as a non-beam weapon in another.
I mean, admittedly, if you have conflicting sources, usually because the people didn't talk to each other IRL and just wrote something, and no one cared enough to fix it.
Originally, they could have all been beam weapons, but then upon seeing the strain they put onto the reactor, non-beam versions were also developed to at least fix that one issue. But putting that aside, in practice, the full equipment type would hardly ever sortie with that full equipment, and its pilots would instead pick and choose the equipment that was needed for the mission beforehand. And well, this is where the heavy gun ends. What I found particularly striking here is that oftentimes when I'm doing these kinds of videos, I'll gain a new appreciation for the machine that I'm covering.
I'm assuming in the last one, he was like, oh god, it's so bad. He's like, they made it better. No, they didn't. And they were all up close, so they probably couldn't take advantage of range at that point.
Or for one of its obscure variants. But in the case of the heavy gun, my opinion actually went down. Because when we see it in the anime, it's usually doing pretty well, partially thanks to the fact that one of its pilots is one of the main characters. But then, when you look at the specs, the reception by the Federation, the usual dirty Anaheim politics, and then the other contemporary mobile suits, the heavy gun suddenly feels less like a next-generation high-performance mobile suit, and more like a stopgap measure until they get the actual next-generation machine.
I'm assuming this guy was red-shirted after he proved himself to be very useful if it was a movie. That might do it.
It's
the
like they
anti-gym
say,
too?
the pilot can make all the difference, which then also means that Birgit is a better pilot than many would give him credit for. Anyways, that...
I'm sorry, his name was Beer Gut? Either that is the most on-the-nose joke ever, or aspirational.
Has been all for this development history of the heavy gun. A big thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Again, links down below. And another big thanks to the Patreon supporters.
People are just posting all their cool shit. So we got this one, which is Soul Calibur Gundam. Crazy conversion. We got Optimus Prime because, I mean, it's not Gundam, but damn, does that look good. We got Duck Zaku's. Ooh, this is the Garma too. Or just the regular one. Yep. So the regular oh, it's an explosion effect. That's cool. And then the Garma too. The Zuda, which is what we're about to check out, and that's a giant cannon. And because we can, the Warhammer X Gundam, the Nurgle Death Guard Camphor. Oh, someone had fun with this. And oddly enough, it actually looks pretty good. Like, as an actual mech, it just looks good. Yeah, I stand by this. One sec. Sorry about that. My allergies have been killing me today. I don't know why. Whew. Also a video. Trey's disliked the Mobo dolls so much he made a Gundam for the pilot to get close and feel like battle and who they were killing. Yep, that's Trey's for you. He is the most complicated villain because honestly, he's kind of not even wrong sometimes. But it's like he's fucked up. But it's also, it's like, he's one of the villains I do quite enjoy. It's probably one of the reasons I liked so much of Wing, because he was definitely one of the more interesting ones. Also, Phantom, coffee brings you down when the caffeine charge dies. Yeah, that would do it. All right, so let's jump into the next one. This will be the last one for the day, and we'll be ending on the Zuda. This, I know actually very little about. I'm not even sure which franchise it's from. Although with that naming scheme, I'm assuming probably UC, because it's really that or Seed so far. Although if we get to some outside of those two franchises, they're going to be very new to me. Because I know some of the main Gundams for it, but I mean the Gundam specifically. But outside of that, I got nothing. All right, let's jump into it. Make sure the camera is still off. That would probably be something to help. All right, that should turn it back on. Is it on? It's on. It's also off focus. All right, there we go. Better. I think I like it. Nose is killing me today. He wasn't wrong, but so antagonistic. He was interesting. Trey, yeah, I get that. Also, he wasn't entirely antagonistic. Like him and Wu Fei, for example. He was antagonistic, but also he was very much almost helping the guy. If only because Wu Fei is very much the... You wanted to punch the kid in the face so many times. Granted, I think everyone in Wing you wanted to punch in the face so many times. And, you know, they then redid it with 00, which admittedly had some similar problems early on. I think, honestly, 00 got better when they broke the prearranged setting they started with in the first season. So, in other words, the Gundam, okay, now shit is getting real turnaround. So it makes sense. All right, let's jump into this. And next up, we're going to be checking out the Gundam development, Zuda development history from Kakarot197. I don't know I'm doing the entire intro spiel, considering this is the last video, an entire long-running video where you probably already realize what we're checking out right now. So let's do it.
To compete against the Federation's numerical superiority, Zeon realized that they needed something to give them an edge.
Box art, maybe?
And before long, this something would become the weapon that we now...
Just random blue hair. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess crazy hair isn't impossible. Just didn't realize it just went full blue already.
Now all know as the mobile suit, with the most famous one being the MS-06 Zaku 2 series. But if history had been just a little bit different, it might not have been the Zaku that was known as the first successful mobile suit, but instead a machine known as the Zeta.
I think I remember people talking about this because in one of the earlier videos, it was brought up as a mech, but never really gone into. They mentioned it was like one of the competitor units that wasn't chosen. He didn't go into detail, but he was just covering the one that was at the time.
A machine that is now instead known.
Also, this is from Igloo, I'm assuming. Oh, and that's because Knight said it was from Igloo. Ah, that's why I don't know anything about it.
Known as being quite temperamental.
Also, video. Duo is a cinnamon roll, I'll accept no slander. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the one I was thinking about was more Quattro. Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm peaceful, but also murder. Like, seriously, the guy, I'm pretty sure he has the highest kill count in all of Wing.
So it probably should have tried out today's partner. So, in the early days of Zeon's mobile suit...
Is Zeonic. Wait, was it ever just called Zeonic? Oh. Or this is the Zimaid. Wait. Are they doing product placement on the mobile suits early on? I mean, sure, just not what I was expecting.
Development, there were two machines competing head-to-head to become Zeon's new revolutionary weapon. In one corner, there was Zeonic's YMS-05 Zaku, and in the other, Zimmat's EMS-04 Zeta. And purely spec-wise, things were looking good for the Zeta. Zimmat had been hard at work on a revolutionary engine dubbed the Mercury engine, which would then be further developed into the Jupiter engine, which was used on the Zeta. And compared to the Zaku, this engine gave the Zeta significantly more acceleration and mobility. However, it was also this exact engine that caused the downfall of the Zeta for a number of reasons. The most well-known flaw with the engine was that it was extremely unreliable and had a tendency to go critical when overexerted.
Yeah, blowing yourself up is usually not the best thing. I mean, can you imagine if there was literally multiple videos talking about the M14 torpedoes, the Mark 14 torpedoes, and how they explicitly did actually blow up in the fact when people were trying to fire them, and when they didn't actually fire and blow you up, they would just plink off of the underside of an enemy ships. Can you imagine if you just decided to do that unintentionally, IRL? Let's pretend I'm talking about fiction, please.
And the other big issue was that the frame of the Zeta was made too weak and too light in order to maximize the effect of the Jupiter engine. A fact that was sadly demonstrated during one of its public test flights, when the mobile suit was literally ripped apart due to the force that the engine exerted on it. And lastly, the price of the Zeta was 1.8 times that of the Zaku, presumably due to the high cost of the Jupiter engine. While proponents of the Zeta have stated that the Zaku mainly won due to lobbying and backdoor deals, we mustn't forget to look at the simple facts of the matter. Sure, the flaws of the Zeta could have been fixed, given enough time and development. But Zeon was preparing to go to war in mere years. So if Zeonic was offering them a package that was ready to go for mass production, why wait?
Have you ever seen an image and your first thought is, the artist is very much drawing in people they know? It's these faces. Like, I almost guarantee, without knowing anything about the artist, these people, at least this guy right here, is someone the artist knew. And they're just dropping them in for some reason. Good, bad, I can't say. But this is definitely like, I remember my boss, I'm putting him in here. That is such a vibe.
Waste valuable resources on a gamble. And that would be it for the Zeta for the next few years. Officially, the project was never straight up cancelled because it was backed by some important Zeon officials, but in practice, it was mothballed and forgotten about, in favor of its more successful rival. But, with the tides of the war turning against Zeon, they would be forced to throw everything they had into the battle. And one of these things would be the Zeta. But this wasn't just the old EMS.
It can be said that it is a totally different suit from the EMS-04. I don't know, I'm overpronouncing it like Shatner levels of overpronunciation when I say that. But I'm going to keep doing it.
04. This was the new EMS-010 Zeta, a radical departure from its predecessor.
Oh?
The unreliable Jupiter engine had been upgraded.
Oh, yeah, they got the line right down the middle, which looks like a continuation of the command line. Or the command antenna. Huh. Yeah, it is radically different because it looks like there's the rocket strapped to it. And the arms are just thinner. Significantly thinner.
Into the Saturn engine that was also used in the Dome. Its armor was now overhauled and included a movable spike shield that could also house Sturmfaust.
Okay.
And in terms of weapons, it could use the standard Zaku weaponry or the newly developed 135...
I see it in the art. It's meant to resemble kind of like the Dark Knight style vibe. Yeah.
...millimeter anti-ship rifle. And all of these weapons could also be stored onto the weapon hardware.
And where it's a cyclopic gaze for the regular... For this one, it's more of the empty-headed knight, but it's glaring at you with the glowing, baleful eye. Honestly, it's a really cool aesthetic.
Points on the calves, where they could easily be taken from thanks to one final improvement of the EMS-10, new extendable forearms.
What?
And with this, 4 units were assigned to the 603rd...
Extendable forearms? Oh, so the reason they look very thin is because they actually go out further. Okay. Unless I'm very much misunderstanding that.
Technical evaluation unit to test its viability as a full production unit. Unit 1 was outfitted as a commander unit, piloted by Jean-Luc Duval, and retained the plus-shaped mono-eye rail also used by the EMS-04. Unit 2 and 3 then were standard machines, assigned to Hideto Washiya and Ochinan Shell respectively.
This is going to sound dumb, but just on the variation, it's like, we got someone who's excited, but has a command probe, or a command antenna. Glaring. Hi, guys! It's just adding that extra line right here gets a little more of the eye visible, and it does change the shape of it just enough that it goes from to... I'm not the only one seeing this, right? It's a tiny thing, but just that little bit extra makes it look like it's not glaring.
And of course, lacked a commander antenna.
Also, I'm being told by Duck, nope. The upper arm extends to grab hard points on the lower leg. Oh shit, so it is telescoping. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
But their mono-eye rail was also changed to a T-shape. And finally, there was Unit 4 used by Monique Cadillac, which was the spare unit and had a plus-shaped mono-eye rail, just like the commander unit. And together, these wonder weapons would surely push Zeon to victory.
God, the CGI in this. It's not the worst I've seen, but I've been told it's igloo and actually does hold up, but...
Or at least that's how it was supposed to go. In reality, the EMS-010 was little more than a hastily overhauled prototype from 3 years ago. And worst of all, despite the engine upgrades, the overheating problem that was supposed to be fixed still persisted. And while I'm sure that many people of the 603rd believe...
I just realized this guy doesn't even have face. They just gave him the glowing eye holes. Oh my god.
That they were genuinely testing out a new secret weapon and also evaluating its performance, in practice it looked more like they were being shipped rejects and were simply forced to make the most of them. However, the results were there. Despite everything, these machines managed to be surprisingly relevant on the modern battlefield and scored a surprising number of victories.
As in any?
And for their test pilots, this surely meant that the Zeon top brass would realize the potential that the Zudas had.
Was this near the end of the war, so that never actually came to fruition? Because I think I remember hearing a bit about this.
Sure, there were problems, but these could be fixed. Unfortunately, they did not share their sentiments. The machine was still unreliable, and worse yet, the Federation had somehow caught wind of the fact that the EMS-10 was simply the EMS-04 with a new paint job. Overnight...
Did they make memes about it, or is that actually... Is this an in-universe meme? I'm kind of hoping so, because that would be absolutely hilarious to me.
Zeon's champion was turned into the Federation's laughingstock.
Yeah.
And since there is a distinct possibility that this information was leaked to the Federation by Zeonic, there is again an argument to be made that they played dirty to discredit the Zeta.
Wow, a corporation in the UC timeline doing something fucked up that may or may not hurt technically the side they're on. If I had a nickel, I probably wouldn't need to worry about nickels anymore.
Perhaps as a petty move after Zimod's Dom beat out Zeonic's Zakutu high mobility type.
Yeah.
But again, let's be realistic. As a pilot, would you want to pilot a machine that was notorious for blowing itself up?
Considering how many people in UC got into really crazy mechs, well, I would say the answer is no. There's probably an undetermined amount of people who say, but it goes faster until that point, and just say yes anyways.
Or as a commander, would you be willing to put your ace pilots in such a machine rather than the more reliable alternative? Still, development of the Zeta would continue and
okay, the Black Knight helmet style here definitely is going hard. It does look really cool.
Eventually resulted in the EMS-10F Zeta F-Type near the end of the 1-year war. The machine's frame was strengthened with parts of the Gian, 2 additional thrusters were added to the back for even higher performance, and perhaps most important of all, the Saturn engine was improved to the point that it no longer risked overloading and destroying the mobile suit.
And just like that, the biggest downside is gone. What I don't get is, dude, does this actually just get in the way of your optics? It looks cool, but you kind of think it would.
Perhaps this machine could have been the turning point for the Zeta, but it was too little, way too late.
Yeah.
The Zeta F was an even more expensive version of the already expensive Zeta. The Gelgook had just been rolled out, and by this time, the legacy of the Zeta had been so tainted that it was quietly forgotten about. Only a few units of the Zeta F would ever be made, with the most famous one seeing action after the 1-year war with the Zeon Remnant Group Falak. This Zeta F used the 95mm sniper rifle, an improved version of the 135mm anti-ship rifle, and featured a T-shaped mono-eye track.
They got anti-ship rifles as part of the Remnant. You know, of course they did, because they had all the stuff laying over from all the massive prototypes they did, probably. And you mentioned, if you take enough damage, then you activate the ability. You can make the Zeta go really fast, but take more damage. If you go down, the explosion will inflict damage on enemies around you. Oh, so what game is that again that you did that? In Gundam Battle Operation. Oh, okay. So literally, this is one of those high risk, high reward, but also losing the mobile suit in it. I'm assuming in Gundam Battle Operation, you don't actually lose access to it for the entire game, though, right? Or is it one of those games where death of model is permanent? That would suck.
Other units, then, have also been known to use...
And apparently you still explode when the ability expires, according to Knight. That really sucks.
Use the plus-shaped mono-eye track, which then makes me wonder if both versions had their own pros and cons, causing certain pilots to prefer one over another, or if the various Zeta Fs were simply produced with whatever spare Zeta and Gan parts were still available.
Why not both?
Including the 2 types of mono-eye tracks. And talking about Gan parts...
That still looks really silly as a head. Is it just me thinking that? It looks like they're trying to do something here to make it look inhuman. And they succeed. It just looks weird to me.
One more Zeta variant is rumored to have existed, and was supposedly built under Zeon's United Maintenance Plan.
Oh?
This machine was simply called Lepus, in honor of Zeon's strongest soccer team, which was also called Lepus, and named...
That is the second mobile suit we've seen today, named after a soccer team in Zeon. I'm honestly wondering at what point do they just not go full Gundam and just challenge the Earth Federation to a soccer match? And I just realized the center of it is a Haro. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? It's a Gundam built... Sorry, it's a mobile suit built around a Haro.
After the constellation Lepus, which is Latin for hair. Although, Chimera might have been a better name for this machine, as it appears to be a combination of different units and spare parts they just had hanging
on Zeon TV. Oh my god. The Gyan is very silly, according to Federico. Yeah.
Around. The body and head are those of the Zeta, the shoulders are taken from a Gyan Krieger, the arms look like a combination of Zaku and Zeta parts, and the legs are a combination of Zeta, Gyan Krieger, and Ifrit Kai parts.
And I guess the Zuda centerpiece is what kind of looks like the Haro there, so yeah, I see it.
Resulting in a machine that canonically shouldn't exist, or would at the very least be extremely unlikely to exist.
Basically, we have a Frankenmech. Oh, yeah. And when parts are low, this is what you get. If it works, hey, it works.
The Gyan Krieger is the counterpart of the Gelgoog Jaeger in the universe where the Gyan won the arms race against the Gelgoog.
Oh,
so in the normal timeline...
So when he says it shouldn't work, it's because some of these parts should not exist at the same time. Oh my god.
Neither this thing nor its parts ever existed because the Gyan's lineage stopped with the prototype. Is it possible that there were already some test parts developed before the Gyan was canned, and that then to repurpose these otherwise lost parts, they slapped them onto the Lepus? Yes, but again, I would call that unlikely at best. And the last machine that I quickly want to mention in this video is the Jim Kamuth.
What? So the company defected? Or were they just that stripped for parts?
Or as the Z...
Oh, they're not. They're literally just strapping some of the armor onto that thing.
Zeons pronounced it the Gem Kamoth, which I guess also makes this the only word that we know how to pronounce with a Zeon accent. And as you probably guessed by looking at this thing, this was a false flag mobile suit used by Zeon that was made to resemble the Federation's main machine, the Jim. Because of...
Ah, so it's not made cheap, it's explicitly made as a decoy. Which, admittedly, is something history has shown is surprisingly effective.
The highly illegal nature of this thing, Zeon never officially recognized its existence.
Why would it be illegal? I'm sorry, were all the war crimes too much, but impersonating your red shirt units was? Have some class, man.
And information is therefore extremely limited.
I mean, killing off an entire continent by dropping a colony on them, that's perfectly fine. Nukes on every one of the things in orbit, we're good with this one. Turning off your entire power system because of said nukes in orbit, okay, that's understandable. But making your paint job look similar to ours. Okay, sure.
But when we look at the armor and the overall build of this thing, we can definitely see some Zuda influence in it. The waist...
Oh yeah, the mono eye on a T-frame. Probably just turned it over. And behind it with the ball joints.
Armor looks very similar, and considering how thin this thing needed to be, I wouldn't be surprised if the internals were at the very least influenced by those of the Zuda. How the machine fared then was a bit of a mixed bag.
Also, Davis, false flag operations are very much a war crime. Yeah, but out of everything that has happened in Universal Century by the time this would have come up, it's less like it's a war crime and more like a checklist that they just have to make sure to get in there, which makes them hiding it just feel weird.
The machine was unexpectedly agile because the armor had to be kept thin to mimic that of the Jim. So, on the flip side, this also meant that its defensive capabilities were extremely low. But the disguise was a success. Even though we might look at this thing and instantly recognize that it's not a Jim.
Nah, they probably think someone's even more strapped for cash than they usually are.
We don't have to deal with heavy Minovsky particle interference. Because, due to that interference, mobile suit and warship targeting computers would often have to fill in the blanks for whether or not a mobile suit was friend or foe. And in most cases, this trickery worked like a charm, with the Gemkamov scoring several Columbus and Jim kills.
Oh, damn.
As for the machine's weapons then, first of all, it had some
Okay, with the glowing eye, that actually looks pretty hardcore, man. Because it's like you can tell it's supposed to look like the gym, but then the eye is so out of place because you can see it through the usual glass. It actually makes it look a lot cooler.
Special ones to further improve the illusion that this was a real gym.
Yeah. Also, I'm just going to pull up a quote over here. So false flag operations were a war crime, which we covered. You also see use a heat hawk as Stromfrost, rock on a stick, as your other weapon. Nice. This unit is named after the prior mention was because the guy was a player on the soccer team, so he had the emblem on his MS. Yep. And both sides, according to the captain, did try to limit war crimes after Operation British, dropping the colony. Yeah, I'd say the try is covering a lot there because, yeah, they failed. Oh, they failed hard. There were a lot of war crimes. Granted, it's only a crime if you get prosecuted. So as far as some people were concerned, no, it wasn't. I mean, to be fair, all of the Psycho frame, everything to do with that was just a crime against humanity. But again, if you're not prosecuted, it ain't a crime.
It had a Zaku knuckle shield with some extra plates bolted onto it to make it look like a standard Federation shield. It had slits in the head where the Vulcans were supposed to be. The beam saber on the backpack is just a normal rod. The Zaku machine gun had a less Zeon-esque box magazine and a few other visual tweaks to make it look more Federation-esque. And there even was a Zaku bazooka disguised as a hyper bazooka.
Oh.
But it did sometimes also use standard Zeon weaponry like the 135mm anti-ship rifle or chain mines. The one Gem Kamov then that we know about was given to the Earth Volunteer Corps, a corps consisting of Federation defectors that were assigned to the 603rd Tactical Evaluation Unit.
Oh, wait, people from Earth were allowed to defect? I honestly just figured they'd kill them all. And I'm not even sure which side I mean on that one. Actually, no, never mind, I mean both sides.
And to further strengthen the illusion, they also received 3 Gefangene Gems. Unlike the Gem Kamov, these gems were just regular captured gems that were pressed into service by Zeon. Usually, they were repainted in Zeon colors with the correct emblem, but of course, in this case...
I don't even know what this tall one is. I think I would see it at a better level. Maybe it's a ship or something, but... God, I love this old style of art, man. It's so freaking cool.
They were meant to deceive the Federation. And as alluded to previously, these machines would initially be quite successful, but it wasn't to last. Not only were they at risk of being discovered by the enemy, but there was also the constant threat of being misidentified by one of their allies.
Yeah, because they look like the enemy. And people did mention, according to Namas, they did get attacked. I'm assuming that's how it happened.
Which is exactly what happened. The Gefangene Gems were taken out by the Federation, and the Gem Kamov was taken out by a Musai that just happened to be sailing by, wasn't aware of these top secret and highly illegal machines, and simply saw one of their machines being threatened by a gym. In the end, Oliver May of the 603rd gave the machine a negative approval, pointing out the high risk of friendly fire and questioning the use of a weapon like this. And finally then, here's some fun facts about the real-life history of the Zeta.
What?
The competition between it and the Zaku 1 was based on the real-life competition between Messerschmitt's BF-109 and Heinkel's HE-100. And
you know, this is actually the first time I saw him bring in IRL comparisons for how they were designed. Huh. Okay, and we're going full German on this thing. Granted, that is very much what all of Zeon was coded for, so it makes sense.
There's quite some parallels to be drawn here.
Wait, is this something that's going to happen more as the development history goes in, showing what the IRL development was based on? I would not complain about that in the slides because I love seeing the behind-the-scenes aspect.
Zaku as the BF-109 and the Zeta as the HE-100. The BF-109 became Germany's main fighter, just like Zaku 2 became Zeon's main fighter, and the HE-100 wasn't adopted due to a combination of political reasons, problems during testing, and concerns about maintenance, despite it being a high-performance machine.
To be fair, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Maintenance is probably the biggest thing. If you can't fix it, you got a one-time use thing. And if it ain't a missile, that ain't good enough.
But just like the Zeta...
Also, Taryn, Dazrad is releasing the StarCraft Warhammer 40k Part 2 Xel'Naga bonus video somewhere in the next week or this month. Oh, the last week of this month. Ooh, that's nice.
It wasn't abandoned, and was instead used for propaganda purposes with a brand new model number. As for the color scheme...
Which is what happened in Igloo when you saw, this is a brand new one, but it actually wasn't. Okay.
Then that was based on that of the Japanese Air Self-Defense Force.
What?
And that has been all for this development history on the ill-fated Zeta. A highly combustible machine that has managed to garner a cult following over the years. But personally, I would prefer a machine that didn't run the risk of blowing up in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, or getting shot by your own guys.
Also, a quick aside on Zeon's strongest soccer team, Lepus.
What?
You might remember that in the development history of the Zocrates types that I called them the Reps. And well, that was because at that time I'd only seen their name in Japanese writing, and that sounded like the best romanization.
Repusu.
But for this video, I actually found the badge of the team, and it says
it's just flat out
on
Lepus.
it and has a hare as a symbol.
Leap, hair jumping. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So there's no doubt about it being the constellation. Also, the pilot is called Yuri Kobel instead of Yuri Corbel, as you can tell on this trading card of his. This then just leaves the...
It's so weird to see anything in Zeon being given the, oh, we're actually people treatment. Because I don't know, maybe it came up later, but most of the time it's like, oh yeah, Zeon is that place where the war criminals go, as opposed to Earth, where it's that place where the war criminals already were. You don't really get the down-to-earth, I guess, slice of life section. Although that would be one hell of a show if they decided to do a Gundam set in UC outside of a war that is strictly slice of life. Not like Gundam build fighters, not like something just done outside of the UC camp, but actual UC, where the only time you see a Gundam is actually used in construction because they just happen to have an old one left behind. Why would they do that? Sure, why not? It would be weird. Also, I'm being told by Duck that's a lot of later lore, but it does exist. I was under the impression things just kind of went bad and everyone died. It kind of did sound like it was going that way.
The Okrund part of the name. I'm fairly certain that it's meant to be like the place that the soccer team's from, but how to exactly Romanize it or how to pronounce it in English is quite up in the air at the moment. Is it supposed to be a new name like Okrund or Okronto, or is it like the New York and...
Oh, that's how they said? New Yaku. New Yuka. New York. New York. Just do whatever what American says. That place. The Apple. Or the place where you're likely to get peed on by a rat that's bigger than your dogs. And you're just going to say nothing because it's a rat bigger than a dog and you don't want to actually get its attention. I'm not saying I'm projecting. I'm just telling myself it was a fever dream and nothing ever happened.
New York situation where...
I'm hoping it was a fever dream. Not the peeing on part. I think I saw it just... It was there and I don't really care what it was doing. I was just ignoring it.
Okrund is just a slightly different way of writing Oakland. But anyways, don't forget to check out Yours app with the link in the description down below. As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope everyone watching has a great day, and I'll see you all next time.
That was pretty awesome. I swear, I'm absolutely loving every second of this. His entire Gundam development history is so freaking cool. Maybe there's just like so many models I had no idea about. And learning more is just fun. Also, I'm seeing he's doing some Gundam news about the new life-size Gundam. God damn. I might check that out on my own time later. But just... this is fun, man. I'm enjoying this. We're going to be doing it next week because right now we are on 25 of 77. We're going to be here for a bit. But this is a long-running series we're going to definitely finish everything of. So if you're enjoying having massive Gundam Wednesdays, let me know because this will be staying live. Will be up for everyone. I will be cutting out some of the breaks as well as everything in the beginning. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's a perk of being live just to see the random talk we have prior to starting up. Also, because I just like bullshitting with people in chat. But beyond that, this is so cool. I love doing this, and I'm glad we're doing it. Basically, what I'm saying is if you haven't already, there'll be a link below to the entire development history playlist. Hit it up. And if there's anything I missed, let me know, because I'm me. I will miss things. It'll be awesome. Also, Duck, wait, there's 1/3 the way there? Yeah. It's going to be a while. Probably about 6 weeks. Oh, wait, no, he's still adding to it because it's actually being updated still, isn't it? Oh, God. Either way, I'll see you guys in the next one. Adios.